Welcome to Today at Keeneland on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. 10 races ahead of us. We've got the TVG Limestone and the featured event, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, bringing together one of the deeper fields that we have seen in this race, arguably ever. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity in this race and a lot of ways that you can go. What are you smiling about?
You're Mr. Perfect. You never make mistakes. I'm the one that makes mistakes, but I believe it's not Saturday. True. It's Friday.
She's correct.
Start.
That is. It feels like a Saturday, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Doesn't it feel like a Saturday?
It's not every day you have a Grade 1
exactly.
on a Friday.
Thank you. It is Friday.
It's okay.
It says it right here on the sheets. Friday, April 15th. Thank you for being easy on me, though. You could have been a lot meaner in that situation. It is Friday here. It's a wonderful Friday as we look to get back on track. At least I do. Maker's Mark Day. Make sure you grab a Maker's Mark. There's some cocktails here. You're going to be getting a chance to sample a few of them in just a few minutes, about 45 minutes from now.
At least see how they're made. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sample it, but we'll see.
A straw full. And then the jockey autograph signing, it's getting underway right now. It just started at 11:30, so make sure you head over there. It goes till 12:30. You can meet current riders here at Keeneland as well as retired Hall of Famers. And the autograph signing will be in the paddock. It's over in the paddock, and it benefits the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. There's a lot of various items that you can make that donation to get autographs, so make sure you take advantage of it. And the Maker's Mark ambassadors, they're in sections E through L. They'll be distributing programs, what have you, over the course of Maker's Mark Day. You need to get hold of one of those Maker's Mark glasses. Can you pull some strings and do that when you're doing your little sample, taster?
Those are fun.
Preview?
The wax-dipped glasses?
They are.
Tumblers or whatever they're called? Yeah.
All right, so it's Maker's Mark Mile Day. We've established that it's Friday, not Saturday, so we're off to a good start. Let's look back at yesterday. It wasn't as difficult as a card as we saw on Wednesday, but I don't know that we'll come across something like that maybe again this meet. That's Windy City Red in race number 3. Your best angle, you hit the exact at 24.60, paid $246.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And here's Baby Yoda.
This is a cool jockey cam shot coming around the final turn here. That's really cool to see, kind of the grandstand, the clubhouse, and Baby Yoda. At one point, kind of looked like he was stalling, and then he got a second win and won easily, wrapped up in the end under Joel.
He's a nice horse. There's no question about it. Beaten starter company. He's of stakes quality. Let's hope that we see him against stakes company moving forward. There's Zippin' Gigi. We're going to take you to this wide shot and then see what she and Zippin' Gigi looks like down on the inside, because the jockey cam is on Blue Kentucky. There's Zippin' Gigi for Blue Tarp Racing. Mm-hmm. And there's Curly Ruth, another pick of yours. What did she go off? 6, 8 to 1? What was the price?
8 to 1, which was very impressive. And that was also Tom Leach's interview. So that's been a pretty successful angle too. The Tom Leach interview angle. He interviewed Eddie Keneally, got some good information. So altogether, all of us pretty much had a pretty stellar day.
It was a solid day, no doubt about it. 10 races today on this Friday, April 15th. I'm going to continue to say it just to make sure that I don't mess up again. Let's go to WKYT for the weather.
Now, today is what the spring meet is all about. Temperatures running back in the 70s and very pleasant weather overall from beginning to end. That's what we expect out at the track today. We'll likely see our temperatures come in mid-60s for around the first post time, but as we progress on into the afternoon and evening post, we're looking at 70-ish for your temperature at that point. The track conditions should be absolutely spectacular out there for you with the drying from even yesterday carrying over to today. Good luck out there.
It's going to be one of the warmer afternoons that we've had out here, and we will take it. So enjoy it if you're coming out with this, and we'll give you some of the prettiest shots that racing can provide if you are watching at home. Time now for our full card picks. We'll take this opportunity to remind you, if you don't have the Keeneland Race Day app, download it right now. It's free to download it on your smartphone, your tablet, and you can have full card picks each and every race day, not just from Gabby and myself, but our coworkers such as Tom Leach, Ed DeRosa, Jeremy Plonk. There's a lot of great handicappers providing opinions for you on the Keeneland Race Day app.
Now we're back at it here, Scott. We don't agree in any race but one.
Oh, the 8th.
Yeah, the 8th race. So that's the 7 to Splendid News for trainer Wesley Ward, 7 to 2 on the morning line. Might even be lower than that, but we agree on just the top selection in the 8th race. Underneath, we disagree, and we disagree all throughout the day. I thought today's card was excellent, and that is even an understatement. So many ways to go in every race.
All right, those are our full card picks. Again, Keeneland Race Day app. Download it right now on your smartphone, tablets, and keep up to date with current selections each and every race day. You can even look ahead if you feel so inclined to the weekend as well. We've just got one race day this weekend as we don't race on Easter Sunday. That's a reminder of that. Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, Facebook at Keeneland, on Instagram at Keeneland, and TVG2. That's for today at Keeneland is airing live each and every race day. If you don't have TVG2, you can get it via the Watch TVG app. That's for your connected television device. That's Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download the Watch TVG app right now, and you'll have access to TVG2 and thus access to today at Keeneland each and every race day as we kick off at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Where's the TikTok video? I was looking at TikTok wanting to see what you did yesterday.
It is on Twitter.
It's on Twitter?
Yeah. I didn't look at TikTok yet, but it is up. It is up in the social media.
Up in the metaverse?
Yeah.
Is that part of the metaverse? I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know what these kids are doing these days. Let's move on to the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. This is a $600,000 event, 1 mile on the turf course. There are a couple of key scratches. Ivar, the 5, is a scratch, past Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. Some like it Hot Brown, who shows up every time. He's a scratch, and then Public Sector. So we're down to a field of 8. Give me a horse that you can't make a case for. Is there one in here?
That I can't make a case for.
Is there one that you think you can discount? Like Cheryl Spite. He's, 50 to 1 in the morning? I think he's got a chance.
I could see, and what's interesting, too, is Roger Atfield. He's actually won this race twice before in the past, and one of them was with Perfect Soul back in 2004, and that's the broodmare sire of this horse, which is kind of a fun fact. So, yeah, you can't discount any horse, so there's so many angles in here.
I am going to go to the number 6 horse. 614, my top 3. My numbers for the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Smooth Like Straight for Cannon Thoroughbreds, a homebred for Cannon Thoroughbreds. This now 5-year-old son of Midnight Loot has been one of the best turf milers on the West Coast for the last couple of seasons. He's the one that has been so consistent. We've seen flashes of other horses coming into these Grade 1 events on the West and run big races. Hit the Road is one of them. Mo Fours is another one of them. But this guy is there every single time. And we'll take you back to the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the PDJF, obviously at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. He sets the pace on this afternoon and only gets run down and beaten by a half of a length to Space Blues for Godolphin, part of the insane weekend that Godolphin had with their grass runner. Space Blues was coming into this race off of a win in the Prix de la Forêt on Arc de Triomphe Day. So he's beaten on the square by a very nice horse. He's very straightforward. He'll be on the lead, just off the lead. Umberto Rispoli has stuck with him. At one point in time, he had to make a decision. Was he going to go in another direction in the Grade 1 race out west? But he stuck with Smooth Like Straight, and it's paid off time and time and time again for this 5-year-old. He's a 7-time winner. He's made $1 million for. And for trainer Michael McCarthy, he's got such a fantastic stable. And the idea to ship out this way, knowing you're maybe not going to get the most firm ground in Kentucky, I have no worry whatsoever with him showing up here. The last time he came to Kentucky, he almost beat Colonel Liam and Domestic Spending in a mile and an 8th race, which might be a touch further than what truly he wants to do. But I love Smooth Like Straight today in a very good race.
He's been so close in so many races, and I was reading an article where Michael McCarthy was quoted just saying he deserves another big one because he's been so close in the past several races, but the turf conditions might be, it's an unknown for him. He's been on a firm going for quite some time, so we'll see if he can handle it. I went in a completely different direction. The 4, Masson, you didn't like him in your top 3 at all for trainer Chad Brown.
He snuck into my top 3.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he snuck into the top 3.
And he is now the only horse that Chad has in the race. His Public Sector is now a scratch. We'll go back to his race. This was 2 starts back at Leopardstown, and this race was on Irish Champions Weekend, so it actually, I know it wasn't a Group 1 or Group 2 or anything like that, but it actually was a very solid race. And what I like about him, you can see him in the Juddmonte Silks on the front end, is the natural speed that he has, Scott. And when we talk about speed in European races, I know it's not the same as North American speed. I'm not saying he's going to out-sprint Smooth Like Straight to the lead. I don't think he's going to be on the lead, but I do think he's got tactical speed where he can be forwardly placed. And those courses, they're left-handed, so at least he has a little bit of an experience of going left-handed overseas. I think he's a good one. I think there's a reason why they're tackling Grade 1 Company in his North American debut with Chad. So I'm just hoping that he is, Grade 1 caliber here, and there's reasons to believe from his European races that he is. The 7 count again, I think you have to use, especially if you don't think that Smooth Lake Straight can take them all the way. He could be in a position to pounce with Joel. I think Joel will really suit this horse. And then the 6 Smooth Lake Straight with the speed and Umberto Rispoli. His speed is his best weapon, but again, who knows if he's going to like a turf that does have some moisture in it.
Count again, he just knows how to win. That horse had no business winning his last race. Masson comes from a ridiculous family, which we'll touch on in just a moment, but let's hear more about Masson by way of Tom Leach.
With jockey Flavian Pratt, who will be aboard Mason in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. You've worked him here. What did you feel?
Yeah, I walked him last week on the grass. He was doing great. It was a nice half mile and was moving well, feeling well.
Anything that you've heard about him yet from the connections?
Well, obviously they like him, but we see. I think it's his first time here in the country, so we'll see how he runs.
A little give in the turf because of the rain this week?
Yeah, a little bit, but not as bad as you could imagine with the rain that been all for the last few days. But no, it's been actually pretty good.
How do you like riding at Keeneland day in and day out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great meet. It's really competitive, so need to ride good horses, and hopefully we can get a few winners again.
Let me ask you a quick question about Zandon, and what's it feel like? Are you feeling any pressure yet as it builds, or will that come during Derby week?
No, so far I'm doing well. I mean, the horse ran a great race. We try to enjoy that, and we'll think about the Derby when there'll be time to think about it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Flavian Pratt. He's having a great spring meet here at Keeneland.
All right, Flavian riding. We go Mason until we find out what Kurt's going with. Mason, regardless, son of Kingman.
Replays, and I just can't recall. So yes,
it's okay. We'll forgive you. The family on this gelding, before we move on, Second Dam Intercontinental, made over $2 million, won the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. Same family as Hasili, one of the most ridiculously good families in all of racing for Juddmonte Farm.
Juddmonte homebred.
If you like pedigrees, look at the pedigree of Mason, the number 4 horse in today's Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. All right, we move on to our key races, and I'm going to take you to race number 8 just before the Maker's Mark Mile, that Grade 1 event. This is a race that will take place in an allowance optional claiming condition, second level allowance condition, and the number 7 horse is my top place. 'Tis Splendid News for trainer Wesley Ward, owned by Well Glory, a McLean's Music filly who comes off of a very good prep race down at Gulfstream Park. We're going to take you back to that. I mean, she just drew off. She set fast fractions. She went 22, 44, and 3. You can see in the top right side of your screen if you don't believe me. She'll get 3/4 in 109 and 1, and she's going to win by 9 1/4 lengths. Tyler Gaffalione, this is the first time that he rode this filly. She has gotten better based on this performance versus what we saw from her last year, because last year she got in the habit of setting the pace and getting caught, setting the pace, getting caught. She was running away from him on that afternoon. Give me 'Tis Splendid News for Wesley Ward and T-Gaff over the 12 and the 9 in race number 8.
All right, I'm going to take us to a little bit earlier in the card. This race does kick off the pick 6. This is race 5. 1 mile and an 1/8 on the turf course. We have a couple of scratches. Scratch the 3, just one scratch. And the 1 Ocean Road is the favorite for trainer Brendan Walsh coming out of the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. I go to the 7, Final Bell. I think this is an up-and-comer for trainer Bill Mott. We'll show you her last race at Gulfstream Park, and unfortunately it was just a merry-go-round race. The pace was fast, but nobody improved position. Whoever was in front was where they finished. Whoever was in second was where they finished. Whoever was in third, you get the point. But her last race, Star Seeking, the second-place finisher, she came back to win an allowance, and the third-place finisher, she came back to win as well. So it produced multiple winners and those fillies that finished in front of her. So I thought it was a strong race, merry-go-round race. She'll have more pace today, and she was good enough to win in her debut. That was in March of last year. So her first race off of a long layoff was last time out. So onwards and upwards for the 7, Final Bell. I'll also use the 1 Ocean Road. Of course, won against Group 1 Company, ran against Grade 1 Company at the Breeders' Cup, and then finally the 8 Talking Book. She just needs the right type of pace, but she kind of just seems like one of those that could be getting better and better with each and every start for trainer Shug McGahee.
It is a fantastic race. Stakes quality runners absolutely in that race. Time now for Trip Note Pros. If you haven't checked out Trip Note Pros yet, do so at Keeneland.com. Very in-depth look at each and every one of these horses' trips today. Those that have trips to take a look back. Race number 2 is where they want to go to, and they like to point you towards personal best. Came away clean, was immediately grabbed up, purposefully guided to race in between to learn on the backstretch, and then inward on the far turn, and was ridden through the gallop out. We've talked about this. Trainer intent is what you have to keep in mind when looking back at what they're pointing towards, and clearly that's what they're looking at for this Mr. Joseph Allen owned and bred filly by Tappet.
Taking a look at her going into the first turn, she was taken up a little bit, and at this point in time, Scott, she's riding the rail, and you know, it's kind of a blessing and a curse when you're trying to save ground on the rail. Unfortunately, you have to work out the right type of trip, and I've always found, especially at Gulfstream, that maybe another point to add, the turf is very speed favoring when the rail is out that far, and that's what it was. We saw a gate to wire winner.
And the thing that one of the main things that Trip Note Pros wants to point towards is it was a prep from start to after the finish, and you saw there briefly as she passed the wire, Jose Ortiz was still asking her on the gallop out. So jockey intent versus the flow of the race, that's pace of the race, gallop out, and improvement expected today. And it's a Shug McGahee runner first time out that actually got a little bit of play at 4-1. Normally we don't see that be the case. So personal best of the 3, mark that one down in race number 2 for the Trip Note Pros, and make sure you take advantage of Trip Note Pros at Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. Time now for the Clocker Reports, giving you some more horses to pay attention to this afternoon and mark in your program. And we'll start with race number 1. That is the number, where are we going here? 4. Frolic More is part of the Clocker Report. Frolic More for Caddyshack Stables, a more than ready gelding. Finished strong in a local work barn, off to a good start, and blinkers have appeared to waken this one up. And we'll race with blinkers on here today. So catching those blinkers in the workout, that's always key. So seeing that it worked, and then how about personal best again? Trip Note Pros, so now the Clocker Report.
Shug, obviously very patient with his second-time starters. He wins at about an 18% clip. Rider stays, which is Jose Ortiz, always riding for Shug McGahee. Big chance for this filly by Tappet later today.
All right, those are the Clock Reports. Time now for our multi-race exotics, and time to get back into the Turf Pick 3 vibe here on this Friday afternoon. Didn't have it the last couple of days, didn't have enough turf racing to be able to pull off a $3 Turf Pick 3, and it starts in race number 5 here this afternoon. If you're not familiar with the Turf Pick 3, you've got to look for it as its own event. You can't go to race 5 and play it there. It's its own event. Ask for it if you're going up to a teller here at Keeneland. But going to go 2 deep in this first leg. The 1 and the 5, Ocean Road. It's a half-sister to Wigmore Hall is Ocean Road, who won the Grade 1 Northern Dancer at Woodbine. Very good family there. And then the number 5 horse, Queen Bourbon for Ian Wilkes, who has, she's really never run a bad race, but she's run 2 good races on the grass between Churchill and Gulfstream. Race number 7, second leg of the Turf Pick 3, the TVG Limestone Stakes, 2, 3, and 6. Her World, the Keeneland January sales graduate for $425,000, makes just her second start here today. She was very impressive on debut at Monmouth Park in New Jersey. Dairy Nane will try to do what Slipstream did, come from off the pace, look for a trip. Joel Rosario gets the opportunity. He won with Slipstream in that race last week, beating Twilight Gleaming. And then the number 6 horse, or the 3 horse, Coffee Maker is scratch. So I got to regroup there a bit. 3 is a scratch in the Turf Pick 3. As for race number 9, Smooth Like Straight's my top pick. I could have added 7 horses here, but then the ticket becomes
kind of like you just have
outrageous.
to make a decision.
So I'm like, let's just go with this. I'll use more in the Maker's Mark Mile, the Grade 1, in the pick 4, but I'll just stick with ride or die with Smooth Like Straight today in the Grade 1.
Here's a look at my pick 4 sequence. 2, 4, 6 in the first leg. That's the Limestone, the TVG Limestone. The 2, Her World for trainer Wesley Ward, making her second start, was impressive in her debut at Monmouth, but also Ruthin, the number 4 for Wesley Ward. And then Dairy Nane is going to be my top pick. We'll talk more about her in a minute for Christophe Clement. We go to the 8th race, 6 and the 7. Have to throw in my sister's horse, Fraudulent Charge, and I actually think she's got a big chance, but Tis Splendid News is the filly to beat for Wesley Ward.
No pressure, Lacey.
No pressure. Mama G is going to be representing today.
Did you get her coffee mug?
I did bring her a coffee mug.
Make sure.
And a dish towel. Race 9.
Notebook?
And a notebook. Check, check, check. Race 9, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, using 4 horses in there with the 4, 6, and the 7. We talked about this. Mason, my top pick. Smooth Lake Straight and Count Again. And then we get to the final race, which is the 2, 6, and the 12. Super Christie for Dallas Stewart. The 6, Regal Realm, a first-time starter for Jonathan Thomas. And then the 12, a first-time starter for Chad Brown, Veronica Green. You could add to that last leg. That is a doozy.
And that's where I'm going to go to my best angle. Race number 10.
Did I use
on
it?
this 10-race card.
No.
What were the numbers again that you had?
2, 6, 12.
I'm confusing myself right now. 2, yeah. You've got the 2. You got the winner.
Cool.
Super Christie. Filly by Super Saver. Bet on debut. The workouts have been very fast. Here's a look at that field. Scratch the outside 3. So field of 12, Veronica Green, the morning line favorite at 4-1. But Super Christie, I think she catches the right field. She gets a good draw as well. I really, there's some very nice horses in here, but there's a lot of inexperience. An Apple a Day, is she quite to this level? That's the number 8 horse who comes in with quite a bit of racing. Veronica Green, only turf. That's what the family has been for Veronica Green. So this might be just a jumping off point for the Chad Brown runner for Peter Brandt. So that's why I'm willing to go with Super Christie in this spot. Like I said, I think she catches the right field. We're going to take you back to her only start at the fairgrounds at the beginning of March 9th. She sat 3rd throughout in the Chuck Fipke Silks, and this is over a good listed main track. So she earned a strong enough speed figure. Like I mentioned, she was bet on debut, and so comes into that race with fast workouts and continues with the fast work. She worked in 46-4 over at Churchill Downs, and they're going to get Johnny Velasquez to commit to riding this filly here today. So I think that she will build off of this experience, and hopefully she can be a little bit sharper away from the starting gate. Even though she was sharp, there's no question about it, she might be able to outbreak the first-time starter and maybe even Sis Boom Bob, or she just tracks Sis Boom Bob, the filly, just to her outside. So I'm going to bet 10 across on her. It's a $30 investment on Super Christie in race number 10.
Okay, let's go to the Limestone, shall we?
Let's do it.
I think.
TVG
Yes.
Limestone.
The TVG Limestone. I will get,
How dare you?
one of these days I will get all of our sponsors correct. This is a very, very good race. Her World is the favorite at 2-1. Have a couple of scratches in here. Scratch the 3 and the 9, Fast Corey. My focus is on the number 6, Dairy Name, for trainer Christophe Clement, this 3-year-old filly. She won first time out in against a very salty group at Saratoga. Came back to face Stakes Company in the Bolton Landing. I don't think really cared for the turf that day, but was back in the winner's circle against Stakes Company in her 3rd start. Now, we'll take you to Del Mar and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. She didn't really get out of the gate early, and I thought that really compromised her early chances. She checked to last. You cannot afford to check to last at a turf sprint, especially at that stage, on that stage, I should say. And then she's down on the inside, and you can see her just trying to find some room down on the inside. The 3 kind of comes, I wouldn't say comes over on her by any means, but kind of makes that space a little bit tight, and she is just closing rapidly late. It wasn't an ideal trip, and it all started from the get-go with her not being able to get out of the gate and establish a good position. But Joel Rosario has been aboard her all of her career starts. He's back aboard her today. So I do pick her, $25 win bet. I like her that much in the race. I'm going to try to beat Wesley Ward, and he has 2 in there.
Yeah, she'll be a good price. Probably be about 3rd choice in that spot once the dust settles. So those are our best angles. Tom Leach, we're going to go back to Tom to find out his long shot play on this Friday, Maker's Mark Mile Day at Keeneland Racecourse.
For our long shot pick, we'll go to the TVG Limestone Stakes and take one of the Wesley Ward runners, Ruthin. Ruthin is not as accomplished as Coffee Maker, the stablemate, but Ruthin could not have been more impressive when debuting with a win in a turf sprint here at Keeneland. Wesley Ward took Ruthin to Ascot after that, and then Ruthin has not been to the races since then. But if Ruthin can show anything close to the ability we saw in that debut at 8-1, I'll take a shot. with Ruthin, our long shot play for the Friday card.
The final score yesterday in the show parlay for side bet of the day was a lot to a little, much like the Wednesday challenge. You had 23-40 on your show parlays. I was no bueno.
Scott, the truth hurt.
There it is. Total prices for Gabby. They've tallied them up. I didn't know that they did. So at this point, I'm just chasing.
Now, I will say, these, if you weren't following along yesterday or didn't catch the show yesterday, these were paddock picks or trackside picks. It wasn't necessarily our top three, our top selection. These were horses that we liked on track, and we texted Isaac, our producer, and he kept the tally. So,
You more than doubled me up. Well done.
Thank you. This is a tight race.
It is. So you're up 3-2. Coming into this Friday Maker's Mark Mile Day. We agree on one race, only one race with our top selections, right? Race 8. That's the only thing.
You don't like Mason at all. Well,
I have him
sorry.
third.
Okay.
He's got to improve. His speed figures are not as fast as the other horses.
Would this be
You want to go smooth like straight, Mason heads up?
either that or that Mason? Do you think Mason won't finish in the top two?
I don't think he will finish in the top 2. I'll take that bet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he finishes
go.
in the top 2, you win. Finishes out of the top 2, I win.
Simple as
Straightforward.
that.
One and done in the
We
Grade
got
1
to give
Maker's Mark
Isaac
Mile.
a break. He's been tallying all these numbers.
He
and-
loves doing this, though. Isaac, you have to love doing this.
He's a
Our producer,
stats
he has
man.
to, because he comes through with stats each and every day. If you want some more stats, you had 3 winners from your top pick. I had 4 from my top picks yesterday. You had 2 winners from your second, 2 from your third. I had 1 winner from my second pick, for
But-
what it's worth.
The biggest thing of all was the best angle hit. The exacta paid almost $250.
$246 to be exact. So it was a good day yesterday. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. Tomorrow we have more stakes action. The Stone Street Lexington, the Jenny Wiley, another grade 1 on Saturday. We'll take Sunday off, rather, as today is Friday. It's in my head now. Good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland. With all eyes on the Bluegrass this spring, there's no better way to take in the action than Friday, April 29th at Keeneland.
And they're off.
We get into it with hip number 1. Good luck.
Featuring a day filled with world-class racing, followed by a unique sales experience in the evening. The April Horses of Racing Age sale. After the races on closing day of the spring meet. Follow the action this April to Keeneland.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale May 9th.
Legendary power, legendary capability. The all-new 2022 Toyota Tundra. Designed, engineered, and built in the USA. With your choice of a 389 horsepower I-Force engine or a revolutionary new 437 horsepower hybrid, nothing can stop you. Tundra can tow up to 12,000 pounds with the most tech-savvy interior ever. And the experts have taken notice. The all-new Tundra. The legend continues. Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Alden Hall to the paddock. A Nashville, Tennessee native, Alden is a student at SAE Institute and a former member of Grammy Award-winning ensemble Fisk Jubilee Singers. Today, Alden will first sing our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows on the bloom. This summer's the people are gay. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor. And bright, by and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. For my old Kentucky home far away. Oh, weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Reagan Reed from dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Mezzanine Bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. There goes Hurricane Debbie from the outside. Here's Ski Slope between horses. Ski Slope moves up for the lead. Hurricane Debbie right alongside. In second as they round the far turn. Double Overtime is third. Becky Thatcher is in fourth. Baytown Melody is in fifth. Ricio's Baytown is sixth. In a gap of better than a dozen more lengths back to Rosa DeRuby, who is last. Ski Slope is the leader. Ski Slope a 2-length lead to the top of the stretch. Hurricane Debbie being called on for more in second. Now starts to pick up the leader off the far turn. Here comes Hurricane Debbie on the outside and puts ahead in front coming to the 8th pole. Ski Slope fights on to the inside but is now second. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Double Overtime in third. Becky Thatcher in fourth and Ricio's Baytown fifth. Hurricane Debbie moving on for the finish for Gerardo Corrales. It is Hurricane Debbie to take the opener, a widening 5-length margin down to the line. Hurricane Debbie wins it. Ski Slope was home second. Double Overtime was third. Ricio's Baytown with Wild Air to be Hurricane Debbie. Owned by Gabriel Spider Dignan, owned also by Mrs. Charlie O'Connor. The trainer is Wesley Ward, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Hurricane Debbie, a 2-year-old filly by Brody's Cause, out of Lucky's Storm Warning by Lookin' at Lucky, bred in Kentucky by Springhouse Farm and Ben McElroy. Heedley Course, 4. And they're off. There goes Talk Radio. Talk Radio right out for the early lead. Here comes Soraya from the inside, though. And Soraya is going to kick in down to the rail. It sneaks up, puts ahead in front from Talk Radio, who's alongside, but in second. Then Ancient Brown, third up on the outside as they round that first turn and hit the backstretch and come toward the conclusion of the opening quarter. Kimberly Dreams, fourth. Kimberly Dreams going to save the ground, got down to the inside to save ground around the first turn in that fourth spot, just 3.5 lengths off the lead. 24.68 seconds was the time for the opening quarter mile. Further back, a Little Flyer is down toward the rail, tries to move up in fifth, but My Winter Rose still has that spot up on the outside. And then further back, Matt's Honey, who travels in the 7th position and is joined by Carry On, who is 8th. Positive Vibes, last of the 9. They have reached the midpoint of the backstretch. Ancient Brown is the leader. That first half mile, 48.52 seconds. Ancient Brown, a 2-length lead. Soraya second by 2. And then Talk Radio, who's third, a length and a half. Followed by Kimberly Dream in fourth. A Little Flyer takes toward the outside. Fifth, now taking fourth, still 5 lengths from the front. Back up front, Ancient Brown, chased by Soraya, who's just off the leader's flank as they come to the quarter pole. Gap of 3. A Little Flyer's now up to third, but still 3 lengths off the front pair at the quarter pole. It is still Ancient Brown to the inside, Soraya alongside, who's challenging for the lead, and A Little Flyer keeps moving. A Little Flyer has chopped down that margin, caught the top 2 into the short stretch, and has run by for a narrow lead. Into the final furlong, A Little Flyer leads it now by a length. Soraya second. Ancient Brown is in third. Deep stretch for A Little Flyer. Rafael Mojica Jr., A Little Flyer with a sustained run to get to the front and win it. Soraya second. Ancient Brown was on the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner. Number 5, A Little Flyer, owned by Old Oak Farm and Stable Incorporated of Adrian, 4 pounds over. The fourth race, Scratch the 1 for Richie. And they're off. There goes Alfie Solomons. Alfie Solomons and Feast both have early speed, but Alfie Solomons has the early lead. Only by a neck, though. Here's Feast moving up the inside, and Feast now moves up against the rail. Takes the lead by a neck. Alfie Solomons is second up on the outside. Windy City Red is third. Yes, Sir Robert is fourth. ZU at the races is in fifth. In between horses, slides down toward the inside from there. And then Sir Nuisance, who is next to last. Template is the trailer after an opening quarter at 22.56 seconds. Over to the far turn, Feast to the inside. Alfie Solomons on the outside. These two battling for the lead, separated by just a head. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Windy City Red, who's third by a length. Yes, Sir Robert fourth down toward the inside, but the lead battle continues. Feast to the inside for Luis Saez. Alfie Solomons there on the outside, and Windy City Red seeking to join that pair. And then Yes, Sir Robert, who is fourth up on the far outside. Here comes Windy City Red now to take the lead from Alfie Solomons and Feast, who are still there, still fighting. And Yes, Sir Robert joins this trio. 4 of them stack up in the final furlong for the lead and for the win. Feast, Yes, Sir Robert, And then Windy City Red. Alfie Solomons has dropped back. Yes, Sir Robert coming after Windy City Red. Windy City Red in front. Windy City Red wins it a neck from Yes, Sir Robert in second. Feast was across the line in third. Z, owned by Ryan C. Ritt and Mark Spinazze. Trained by Michael Stidham. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Windy City Red, a 4-year-old gelded son of Cheetu out of Gator Hall by Graham Hall. Bred in Florida by Dr. and Mrs. James Gamble. 1 minute 17.89 seconds for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. And they're off. There's Baby Yoda out for the early lead. Baby Yoda right to the front. Now here's Beverly Park kicking in down to the inside. Beverly Park moves up to challenge Baby Yoda. Those two go at it for the lead, heading up the back stretch. And then it is Thirsty Betrayal to the inside third. Family Man alongside that one in fourth. Crime Spree fifth at the back. Moves over against the rail to try to find some running room. Moves up to the inside from fifth to fourth to third within a length and a half of the lead. Beverly Park is the leader now. Opening quarter 22.94 seconds. Baby Yoda to the outside just off the leader's flank in second. Crime Spree against the rail is a close-up third. Going to need more running room from there and tries to find it. Squeezes through down toward the inside. Does Crime Spree. Puts ahead in front. Baby Yoda now responds from the far outside as they move to the top of the stretch, and Beverly Park is in between that pair. Baby Yoda from the outside, Beverly Park just to the inside of that one. They go 1-2. Crime Spree drops back in third to the inside, and Baby Yoda moves on by now into the final furlong, and Baby Yoda starts to open up. Now it's out to 5 lengths at the 16th pole. A late run from Thirsty Betrayal to the inside, trying to challenge Beverly Park for second, but no catching Baby Yoda, who wins it for Joel Rosario. Gerald Zarro. It is Bill Mott who trains Joel Rosario, who rides Baby Yoda, 4-year-old gelded son of Prospect. At the post. And they're off. Run Pat is quick into stride. Nabokov is there down toward the inside. Run Pat, Nabokov. They go 1-2 coming out of the starting gate. Nabokov moves up the rail, has the lead. He's a keeper. Moves up from third to challenge for second. Run Pat still there, second on the outside, a half length off the lead as they head up the back stretch. Then a break of 3 lengths. Sprinklehead is in fourth by a head. East to the Dawn, fifth on the outside. Lofty Adjudicator, sixth back toward the rail. Prize Fighter between horses, seventh. Ratification is eighth up on the outside. Charge It to the Game is last after an opening quarter in 22.15 seconds. Run Pat is the leader. Run Pat leads Nabokov by a length around the turn. He's a keeper, has lost some ground in third. Now 2.5 to 3 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to Sprinklehead in fourth. Lofty Adjudicator is in fifth as they turn for home. Quarter mile to go, and Run Pat has the lead out to 3 lengths. Nabokov now tries to give chase to run down the leader, and here comes Nabokov chasing after Run Pat. Run Pat inside. Nabokov is running by from the outside to take a narrow lead with 1/8 of a mile to go. Ratification is third, still 7 lengths behind the front pair. Here's Run Pat fighting back, and Run Pat comes right back on the rail, has the lead by 2.5. It is Run Pat in front for Florent Giroux. Run Pat to win it. It was close for second. It's either going to be Nabokov or Ratification for the Hermitage Farm, the unofficial winner. Number 8, Run Pat, owned by Keeber Racing LLC of Rick Keeber, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent. And they're off. There goes Lolloping. Lolloping comes right out for the lead, and I Got a Gal is right there toward the inside. Ready Lady comes away running third between that pair. I Got a Gal determined to move up the inside and take that lead a half length. Lolloping there up on the outside, and Ready Lady is third. Heading into the first turn, Renaissance is in the fourth position here early on. Queen Judith is next to the rail to save some ground in fifth. Stepper right behind her, sixth. Bravo Kitten outside of that pair is in seventh. And then Oakhurst, who travels along in the 8th position as they move off the first turn onto the backstretch. Legerity, Maxine Machine, Proto Magic at the back. Back up front, I Got a Gal is the leader, 23.53 seconds for the opening quarter. I Got a Gal, a 2-length lead, 2.5 now, 3 lengths to the good. Back to Lolloping, who is second by just a length. Ready Lady third toward the inside. She's third by 3/4 of a length. Renaissance fourth to the outside. Queen Judith, Bravo Kitten, then Stepper, and then Oakhurst, Legerity, Proto Magic. Maxine Machine is last, 47.78 seconds for the first half mile. I Got a Gal, 5-length lead onto the far turn. Ready Lady moves up the inside to challenge Lolloping for second. Lolloping still has the spot by a neck and is now within 3.5 lengths of the leader and being asked for more. Likewise for Ready Lady to the inside. She tries to scoot up the rail. They're all trying to catch I Got a Gal. Ready Lady now is swinging off the rail between horses right alongside the leader, Lolloping and Oakhurst. Oakhurst and Bravo Kitten. Oakhurst runs down the center of the course. Bravo Kitten tries to go with her, and Ready Lady is there to the inside. Oakhurst with a narrow lead and deep stretch. Oakhurst, Irad Ortiz Jr. Oakhurst rallies down the stretch to win it. Bravo Kitten was second, and then it was Ready Lady third. Queen Judith was fourth. Official results, the official winner of the Chesapeake, number 11, Oakhurst, owned by Little Red Feather Racing of Billy Koch, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Oakhurst, a 3-year-old. And they're off. What's the Connection comes out for the lead. Blue Kentucky is there. Zippin' Gigi up on the far outside has some early speed, and Zippin' Gigi now moves up to challenge for the lead. In fact, puts ahead in front. Zippin' Gigi leads it by a head up the backstretch, but What's the Connection right there fights back to the inside. Blue Kentucky settles back from that front pair into third. Wicked Genius is between horses in fourth. Expensive Cut is a wide fifth. American Hero, sixth back toward the rail, running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Break of 3 more back to Yoda, who is last, 22.89 seconds the time for the opening quarter. What's the Connection leads it by a half length to the far turn. Zippin' Gigi draws alongside again from second, a length and a half. Blue Kentucky is third. Break of 2.5 more lengths back to American Hero, who's fourth against the rail, 4 lengths off the lead, but starting to pick up the leaders. Needs to find more from there, though. Zippin' Gigi has taken the lead. Blue Kentucky goes to second. American Hero swings off the rail toward the outside from third. What's the Connection drops back fourth. Wicked Genius is fifth, and then Expensive Cut is sixth. Here's Blue Kentucky to challenge Zippin' Gigi for the lead at the 8th pole. A gap of 4 more lengths back to American Hero in third. Zippin' Gigi fighting on with the lead at the 16th pole. Zippin' Gigi leads it by 2 lengths. Blue Kentucky is second. American Hero third. Zippin' Gigi in front for Brian Hernandez Jr. Zippin' Gigi to win it. Blue Kentucky second. American Hero across the line in third. Expensive Cut was fourth. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Zippin' Gigi, owned by Blue Tarp Stables, LLC, of Thomas O'Keefe and others, trained by Paul McGee. And they're off. There's Princess Causeway from the inside. Here's Curly Ruth from the outside. Curly Ruth strides forward from the center of the course to challenge Princess Causeway here early. These two come to the front as a team and open up by 3 lengths on Norma Jean B., who is in third, stays outward from the rail because Temple City Terror's there to the inside. In fourth, past the plate to the inside, is in fifth. Core Values between horses moves up a spot from sixth, and Fluffy Socks 3 wide at the back moves up 1 position from last. In the meantime, Princess Causeway has gotten away from Curly Ruth, and Princess Causeway has the lead by 4 lengths heading off the first turn onto the backstretch. 23.84 was the time for that opening quarter. Curly Ruth is second by 2 lengths. Temple City Terror is third by just a neck. Norma Jean B. fourth up on her outside. Then Core Values another length behind that one, joined by Fluffy Socks to the outside. Gap of 2 more back to Past the Plate, who's last. The first half mile, 48.9 seconds. Princess Causeway 4-length lead at the entry to the far turn. And the battle for second now begins to shape up. Curly Ruth outward from the rail has the spot a half length. Temple City Terror is third, right there to her inside. Fluffy Socks is going to have to go wide, about 4 wide around the far turn, and is trying to pick up some ground, is still 3 lengths off the lead. Here comes Curly Ruth as well. Norma Jean B. starts to kick in. They're all bearing down on Princess Causeway. Princess Causeway has the lead off the far turn. Temple City Terror tries to look to the inside. Curly Ruth there on the outside with Fluffy Socks past past the plate. Grandstand side is in fifth. Curly Ruth, short lead. Temple City Terror up the inside. Fluffy Socks on the outside. Curly Ruth leads at a length. Temple City Terror second. Fluffy Socks, then Core Values. And past the plate fifth. Curly Ruth in front. Curly Ruth for Luis Saez. Curly Ruth to win the feature by a length on the official winner, number 6, Curly Ruth. Owned by Green Lantern Stables, LLC, of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez, the jockey. Curly Ruth, a 5-year-old daughter of Curlin, out of Ruth. And they're off. There's Cape Trafalgar from the inside. There's Brigadier General from the outside. Classic Mark is up between that pair to take the lead now into the first turn. Classic Mark starts to move by the inside traffic and gets the lead. It starts to move down toward the rail into the turn, leads it by a length. And as Classic Mark takes over, Cape Trafalgar is going to back away. That's going to allow Brigadier General to move up and take over second, a lane off the rail, 1 length off the lead. Cape Trafalgar is now third down toward the inside as they enter the back stretch. Warrior Johnny, fourth up on the outside, then a gap of 2 lengths to Two Birds, who's in fifth. Hippodrome is in sixth. Beach Holiday is seventh. Flocked is eighth, and the Gatekeeper last of the 9. Opening quarter, 23.54 seconds. Classic Mark the leader. Classic Mark leads at a half length. Brigadier General is second to the outside. Another length and a half to Cape Trafalgar, third ahead. Warrior Johnny fourth alongside of that one. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Two Birds, who's fifth down toward the inside and is joined by Hippodrome. Beach Holiday, Flocked, and the Gatekeeper at the back. It was 47.6 seconds for the first half mile. Classic Mark guides the field to the far turn. The lead is only a neck. Brigadier General starts to draw alongside from the second position. And then Warrior Johnny, who is third ahead up on the outside of Cape Trafalgar, who is fourth back toward the inside. Past the quarter pole, the leaders go, and Brigadier General has a narrow lead. It's a half length. Classic Mark in second. Cape Trafalgar looks for room, changes lanes to the outside. Warrior Johnny is there alongside of him. Coming to the 8th pole in the short stretch, Brigadier General has the lead by 2 lengths. And then Warrior Johnny second. Cape Trafalgar is third. Classic Mark backs up to fourth. Brigadier General, 2-length lead, chased all the way down the stretch by Warrior Johnny. Brigadier General, Warrior Johnny. Brigadier General wins at a half length. Warrior Johnny was home second. And then it was Cape Trafalgar third. Classic Mark, the unofficial winner, number 8, Brigadier General, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, trained by Dallas Stewart. 2 wins today for jockey. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The temporary rail is down today on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. First race is where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes begin. Also start of the early pick 5. In that first event, scratch the 8 Air War. Scratch number 8 Air War. Overweight, the 7 Fredericktown, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's the 7 Fredericktown, jockey 2 pounds over. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 8, Lost Bikini. Scratch the 14, Pharaoh's Song. Also scratch the 15, Walkathon. And scratch the 16, Surely. Again, scratch number 8, Lost Bikini. Scratch the 14, Pharaoh's Song. Scratch the 15, Walkathon. And scratch the 16, Surely. Please note, number 13, She's Gone, will draw into the race. Number 13, She's Gone, draws into the race. Third race, scratch number 2, Maximum Impact. Again, scratch number 2, Maximum Impact. Overweight, number 8, the Peninsula, the jockey, 2 pounds over. That's number 8, the Peninsula, jockey, 2 pounds over. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, comprised of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, scratch number 3, Scarabea. Again, scratch number 3, Scarabea. Sixth race has no changes. Race 7, start of the late pick 4, that is the TVG Limestone Stakes, and in that seventh race, scratch number 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9, Fast Corey. Again, scratch number 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9, Fast Corey. Eighth race, scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch the 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch number 14, Recoded. And scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. Again, scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Scratch number 14, Recoded. And scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. Please note, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Featured ninth, Grade 1, Maker's Mark Mile. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. That's in the featured ninth race. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very happy Friday to you, Kurt Becker, Gabby Gaudette, and myself for this 10-race card. It is Maker's Mark Mile Day, Grade 1 action today, this afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. And what do we got here in front of us, Gabby?
We have these beautiful, you ask and I delivered.
You did?
Yep, the beautiful Maker's Mark dipped glasses. And unfortunately, you can't get these down here on the apron or by the paddock bar. You have to go up to the dining room.
Or to the gift shop.
Or to the gift shop. But if you order a Maker's Mark cocktail and just add, I think it's an additional $2 surcharge. You get these beautiful glasses, and they are beautiful. There's like a drawing, painting replica of the track. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. And you've got the recipe for the Keeneland Breeze on the back of it in case you forget how to make one of them. And as far as the glasses, too, you can head over to the gift shop. You can purchase one, and also with a certain amount of money spent, you can get one of these for free as well. So take advantage of that Maker's Mark Mile Day. We're just going to leave mine right there. Let's talk about the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, one of 2 stakes races that we have today. A couple of scratches in here. IVR, Some Like It Hot Brown, and Public Sector all out. 5, 8, and 11 are the scratches. It is Smooth Like Straight, the 2-1 morning line favorite, coming back to Kentucky for the first time since last May. But boy, has he been consistent over the course of his career out in the West Coast.
He's had some brutal beats in the past couple of races. He's sitting on 4 consecutive second-place finishes, but he did win the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile at Santa Anita back in May. He is going to be the pace of the race. He's very quick. The only question is, will he like a good turf course? I don't think he's ever been on it, or he hasn't been on it in a very long time.
And then the TVG Limestone Stakes, that is the co-feature on this afternoon. It is race number 7, part of the $3 Turf Pick 3. That is back in play this afternoon, so make sure you take advantage of that. Scratch in here, Coffee Maker, the 3, and Fast Corey, the 9. It is Her World, the 2-1 morning line favorite, who's 1 for 1 in her career, the daughter of Caravaggio.
Yes, that 3-year-old filly by Caravaggio. She was very impressive in her first race. You knew that Wesley Ward thought highly of her for him to debut her against Stakes Company. She won that race in good fashion at 6 furlongs. I was actually there that day and saw it live. It was very impressive. But the 6 Dairy Nane, I thought, is another one that you want to check out. She had a trouble trip in the Breeders' Cup last time out. Overall, a group of very fast 3-year-old fillies.
2 nice stakes races. Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Day. Enjoy a Maker's Mark down here at the paddock with us. As Gabby mentioned, grab one of the glasses up in the clubhouse, as well as over in the gift shop to commemorate the 2022 running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. We are less than 18 minutes away from the first of 10 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll start with $10,000 claimers here this afternoon, 4 and up, going 6.5 furlongs. Reminder, this does start the first double opportunity of the day, first pick 3, and the always lucrative early pick 5 here at Keeneland. Stay Home down on the inside is where I end up. I had the 8 on top initially, but the 8 is a scratch. So regrouping, going to Stay Home in this spot. An 11-time winner, Gabby, 8-year-old son of Stay Thirsty. He's won here at Keeneland in the past. The reason I had him second behind the 8 was the rail. So the rail is something that he's going to have to overcome today, sprinting 6.5 furlongs.
Especially with his running style, because it's one thing if he was very fast out of the gate. He's not. He's going to be a closer, especially at 6.5 furlongs. He's turning back in distance from the mile. So he is, Corey Lannery is going to have a tough job in trying to navigate things this afternoon.
Nice looking 8-year-old Chestnut, though. 11 wins from 58 starts. $226,000 in earnings. The number 2 horse, my second choice, your top pick. That's High Heater with Raylu Gutierrez off of the 7-month layoff.
The class is there, though, and even though he has an inside post, he has speed, and he's proven effective at 7/8 before in the past, which is pretty much equivalent to the 6.5 furlong distance that he will be running today. He comes in fresh, John Ennis. He does well with his horses coming off layoffs. He knows how to prepare 2-year-olds, young horses for their first race. That all is kind of the same thing, how you prepare horses off of layoffs and getting them ready for their first or second race. So High Heater, I'm not concerned about the layoff. I just hope he gets the right trip, forwardly placed, and gets out of the gate.
And we'll round it out with our third selection, the 4 horse, who's the current favorite, Frolic Moore for Caddyshack Stables, and Wayne Catalano. Gets blinkers, has recent races under his belt. Was not played this way in his last 2 at Fairgrounds. So to me, it just suggests that this is an easier spot for him this afternoon as he looks to improve off of 2 races that really look very similar to one another, very even runs, and beaten a wide margin in the end.
Right. He is going to have to hope that the 3 jammers Justice will keep the 2 high heater honest on the front end, because he's another one that closes. Scott, for a sprint race on the dirt, there really isn't that much speed. So we'll see how it all shakes out. There's a look at the number 4 Frolic-More. We are 15 minutes out to get this beautiful Friday afternoon kicked off.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a $10,000 claiming race for 4-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good today. In the opener, scratch number 8, Air War. Again, scratch number 8, Air War. Overweight, the 7, Fredericktown, the jockey 2 pounds over. 8 minutes to post.
Front side with less than 7 minutes to post. There's a look at a gray. That is High Heater, the son of Creative Cause for owner Richard Perkins, trainer John Ennis. John telling me that this horse has been working over at the training center, the Thoroughbred Center, and that is a deeper track. So getting a lot of fitness out of those workouts, and he's done everything right since he's arrived here into his barn in Kentucky. Hopes to see him sit forward. This horse has taken some action. We got 3 horses right now sitting at 5-2 on the tote board.
Well, that's good information because this horse is coming in off such a long layoff. He's been very effective at 7 furlongs before in the past, so 6.5 furlongs should be ideal for him, and he looks fit. Looks good on the track, Scott, considering the layoff.
Frolic More is the number 4. Blinkers on for Wayne Catalano, off about a month and a half since his last race from this morning and today at Keeneland. Part of our Clocker report. So keep an eye on Frolic More, and many are, as we hear that clock tick. Clocker pick from this morning show today at Keeneland. Then the number 5 horse, Improbable Story. Big long shot on the tote board, 25-1. In fact, the longest shot on the tote board.
I don't know if this horse is going to win, Scott, but I was actually looking at him on track. And he had a nice, healthy, shiny coat. He was acting really nicely on the track as well. And I don't think that there's much that separates kind of the C-level horses in here. So maybe he's a horse that could maybe hit the trifecta. You want to use in the trifecta or maybe an exacta box. He's a big long shot, but I did think he looked good on track.
Big pull, pick 5, just shy of $300,000, and it just clicked over $302,000. To be more exact, You've got less than 5 minutes to get those tickets in. The 4 has just come down to the favorite, that is Frolic Moore, separating himself a bit as he's 2-1 versus the 5-2 on the inside runners, Stay Home and High Heater. Good luck in the opener.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes High Heater for the lead. Jambers Justice right alongside. These two come to the front together. High Heater against the rail leads it by a half length. Jambers Justice goes second by a length. Frolic More is away running in third by 3/4 of a length. Improbable Story is in fourth, a half length. And then Fredericktown fifth up on the far outside, 3.5 lengths off the lead. And then Stay Home, who's back toward the inside in the sixth spot. It is followed by First Deputy, who's going to be 3 wide to the far turn, and Bobby Baby between that pair at the back as the field moves on to the turn now. Back up front, Jambers Justice has the lead. Frolic More is right there alongside as they round the turn. Fredericktown is in third out in the center of the track. High Heater is still there to the inside and now starts to respond within a half length of the lead. First Deputy to make this a 5-way shuffle up front, but has to go to the center of the track. A 1/4 mile to go. Jambers Justice has the lead. First Deputy 2 lengths away, 1 length away, and moving up on the outside to challenge Jambers Justice. And now Stay Home swings to the outside. Out from behind horses, has clear sailing to come after the leaders. Bobby Baby runs late, but 6 lengths away back and forth. In the meantime, Stay Home at the 16th pole has the lead. Stay Home from First Deputy, Jambers Justice third. Stay Home, Corey Lannery aboard Stay Home to win at a half length. First Deputy home second, Jambers Justice third, and Bobby Baby across the line in fourth.
He was outrun early, but clearly not late. That is Stay Home, the 8-year-old son of Stay Thirsty. Picks up his 12th career victory, his second here at Keeneland. Nice ride by Corey Lannery to navigate this group as he was down on the inside, off the pace, but got in the clear, and it was game over.
The 9 First Deputy kind of made that first move into the pace, kind of switching on to the wrong lead, was getting tired late, but with a well-timed move under Corey Lannery, the number 1 Stay Home gets the victory in today's opener, 5-2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 1, Stay Home, was first. Number 9, First Deputy, second. Number 3, Jambers Justice, third. Number 6, Bobby Baby, fourth. 1936, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Stay Home. Jeff Hiles, the owner-trainer. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Stay Home, an 8-year-old gelded son of Stay Thirsty out of Elusive Raven by Elusive Quality. Winner bred in Kentucky by Rapoli Stable Incorporated. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 1936, the official results. At this time, we direct your attention to the winner's circle. On behalf of Keeneland Association, Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell is presenting a check for $5,955 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Gatewood in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Keeneland would like to thank the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund for their efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Running time for the first race today, the 6.5 furlongs in 1 minute 19.17 seconds for winners stay home. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also start of the early pick 4. Turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. In this second race, scratch number 8, Lost Bikini. Also scratch the 14, Pharaoh's Song. Scratch the 15, Walkathon. And scratch the 16, Surely. Again, scratch number 8, Lost Bikini. Scratch the 14, Pharaoh's Song. Scratch the 15, Walkathon. And scratch the 16, Surely. Please note, number 13, She's Gone, draws into the race. Number 13, She's Gone, draws into the race. Third race, scratch the 2, Maximum Impact. That's in the third race, scratch 2, Maximum Impact. Overweight, number 8, the Peninsula, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 8, the Peninsula, jockey 2 pounds over. No changes in the fourth. Fifth race, scratch number 3, Scarabea. That's in the fifth race, scratch number 3, Scarabea. Turf listed good, main track is fast.
That makes sense. Yeah.
We got a really nice maiden race coming up here at Keeneland Racecourse. Straight 3-year-old fillies, $100,000 maiden special weight event. And the number 3 horse, Personal Best, is the odds-on favorite, sitting at 4-5, Gabby. But I'll go to the number 9 horse, who is a very good price. She just came down from 15-1 and clicked down to 11-1. That's Macadamia, a filly by Wooten Bassett, who's developed into one of the best stallions overseas. He stands in Ireland at this point in time. She gets Lasix for her 3-year-old debut. And 6 months ago is the last time that we saw this filly run, and she showed marked improvement from her debut at Kentucky Downs. And she was second behind Hottie, who would follow that effort up from Maiden Special Weight Company and jump right into the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Del Mar and run a 3rd. So comes out of a good race, and I like the fact that she comes in here back with Alex Achard, who rode her in her first 2 starts.
Yeah, I'm down here in the paddock, Scott, taking a good look at her, and she's really compact but muscular. Like, she is a very, very strong-looking filly here in the paddock, and she definitely did improve in her second start, so she is headed in the right direction. Paulo Lobo hoping to have himself a big day as he's represented later today in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
Well, that is with his Grade 1 winner In Love. You've got Apollo Lobo Trini as your top selection, Quality Road. She has some more recency. She raced on the 19th of March. That was her debut, the daughter of Animal Kingdom, up at Turfway on their synthetic course.
I just like the fact that she got a distance race in. Her debut was at a mile on the synthetic at Turfway, and she kind of closed from off of the pace. The pace was mild. It was moderate. It wasn't really, nothing really came back to her that day. But she definitely, especially looking at her in the paddock, Scott, she looks like 2 turns is preferred, and also turf. So she gets to maybe a better distance and better surface.
Personal Best, the 3, no longer odds on. She's sitting at even money, but still the clear favorite in this big field. We'll talk more about this filly front side, but on debut, going 7.5 furlongs, well back, and we'll see if she's able to show some improvement today as Jose Ortiz is in the saddle. The word has gotten out that this filly is live this afternoon.
She's definitely bred to be a good one here, Scott. She comes from a very, very strong family, and not only that, is she's filly by Tappet. So I can understand why she was bet down. I think she might have been the second choice in there at 4-1. And overall, it was a useful debut, but we do know from looking at past performances that Shug McGahee, his horses generally, they do go on to improve in their second start, and you just kind of get the feeling that maybe she used that race as a big stepping stone for today. Shug McGahee here in the paddock himself.
The 11-horse Willa Kia, the filly by Tappet. She comes off a bit of a layoff from her 2-year-old season, which wrapped up on the 4th of December. She's well bred, as mentioned by Tappet. She's from a stakes-winning Distorted Humor First Am Hillaby, and she's run on late in both of her starts. So we'll see if Luis Saez can work out a trip from the outside draw. She currently sits at 6-1 on the tote board.
Yeah, classy-looking filly, though, in the paddock, and I would imagine that she might be maybe a little bit more forwardly placed. I don't think she's going to be in the first flight of horses, maybe not even in the second flight of horses, but she didn't get out of the gate very well last time out, and her first race was sprinting, so maybe she gets the better trip sitting mid-pack.
And we'll wrap up the paddock side commentary with the 12 Western Lane, a homebred for Juddmonte Farms, a filly by Candy Ride, who makes her debut here today with Florent Giroux in the saddle. And she will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale on closing day, right after the races here on closing day on April 29th. She's been cataloged as hip number 15, part of the tailor-made sales consignment.
Filly by Candy Ride, as you mentioned, out of the Smart Strike mare Lead Along. But if you look in the second generation of the family, she comes from the family of Promising Lead, who was a Group 1 winner. So very strong family, no surprise there, being a Juddmonte Farm homebred.
Race number 2 at Keeneland starts the early pick 4, and we're less than 14 minutes away from post time. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Denali. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 8, Lost Bikini. Also scratch 14, Pharaoh's Song. Scratch 15, Walketh On. And scratch 16, Surely. A reminder, number 13, She's Gone, draws into the race. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 4, post time in 6 minutes.
Taking a look.
There's a look at the one horse meant to be, Gabby Gaudet. That is the Eddie Keneally first-time starter, the daughter of a Stern, a Keeneland grad in her own right. What caught your eye about this filly?
Her class, Scott. She is a big, rangy-looking filly. She's got a really long stride. If you kind of watch her warming up on track, she just has a lot of elegance to her, especially in the way she travels. She definitely looks like a two-turn turf horse. I wonder how precocious she will be. But she definitely looks like she's got some class and talent, so maybe one to throw in underneath at 18-1.
The 3 personal best, she's getting a lot of attention. She did so as well this morning on Today at Keeneland. She was part of the focus on the Clocker Report, also part of the focus and the focus of the Trip Note Pros segment. Make sure you take advantage of those at Keeneland.com. And it's nice to see Shug McGahee here at Keeneland for this filly's second career start. The intent was what the focus was on Trip Note Pros, the fact that they I don't want to say they schooled her, but gave her a lesson and also asked for some more on the gallop out when she was running in that debut back on March 13th.
And that too, Scott, we watched the replay. It was 7.5 furlongs on the turf at Gulfstream, and the rail was out, and there was a gate-to-wire winner. Sometimes I think the turf is a bit speed favoring when the rail is out that far. So she was up against it from a couple of standpoints, and she looks fit coming into today's race. So I think she's only going to improve with 2 turns. Usually when horses are bet like this, it means something. She's 6-5.
She was as low as 4-5
Your
when we were on the
attention,
paddock
please. Late
side.
scratch in Keeneland's second race. Scratch number 6, bedtime for Buffy. Scratch number 6, bedtime for Buffy. Scratched on the advice of the veterinarian.
So just catching that late scratch horse, 67-1 at the time of the scratch here in race number 2. So late scratch of the number 6 horse. We're going to move over to the number 5, the first-time starter, the daughter of Kingman for Augustin Stable. Kingman, one of the best stallions in Europe. This one out of a Medaglia d'Oro first dam, and the dam Kamakura has had 1 starter, 1 winner so far in her career.
She kind of looks like a typical European turf filly, Scott. She's really not the biggest in size, but man, is she racy looking and just naturally very athletic looking as well. She's on the board right now at 7-1. I love how she looks to handle this turf course and the turns and just the good listed turf course. I don't know. I really like, she had a presence about her today.
Willakila, the 11, she's currently sitting at 4-1 in the yellow and burgundy of Stone Street Stables, and look for her to run her race. I mean, she's run 2 races, very similar races, and we'll see how she handles the good listed going today, likely from off the pace.
She strikes me as a filly that's going to improve with time and with starts because she is a very big filly. She's got long legs. She's very strong behind the saddle too, but it's kind of no surprise that she might have taken a couple of stutter steps coming out of the gate in her second start. She's learning, and when she figures it out, I think she'll be very good.
If you missed it, late scratch of the 6, as you can see on the screens here at Keeneland Racecourse, and also a reminder that this second event does start the early pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, and it gets underway in less than 2 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Denali, start of the early pick 4.
We're trying to back her out, Jeff. Back her up. Back her out. Good open there. You want him on, right? Yeah, put him back on. Get back on.
They are at the post. And they're off. And there goes Bella Morning for the lead. Bella Morning from the inside with Personal Best right alongside. I'm Glad moves up. Paris Paramore is there as well and moves up into third as they head for the first turn. Bella Morning gets over next to the rail, but Personal Best right alongside to challenge for the lead. Paris Paramore third up on the far outside. And then Quality Star, who moves up a close fourth and gets over next to the rail to save ground around the turn. Macadamia right behind that one is in fifth. I'm Glad sixth on the outside. Well, Lakia stays outward from the rail in seventh. She's gone to the inside is eighth. Madeline's Magic is back there in ninth. Meant to Be is 10th. Western Lane last of the 11 for the move up the backstretch. The opening quarter, 24.44 seconds. Bella Morning, Personal Best on even terms, contesting the top spot. A length back of that pair to Paris Paramore third, up on the outside and neck. Quality Star fourth to the inside. Macadamia fifth in between horses. I'm Glad to the outside is in fifth. Still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. She's Gone moves up in sixth. Western Lane is seventh between horses. 50.96 seconds for the first half mile. Personal Best, the leader by a length onto the turn. Paris Paramore goes second by a neck. Bella Morning is in third. I'm Glad is fourth. Now, I'm Glad and Wallachia both have to go out to the center of the course. Currently third and fourth, respectively. They still have 4 lengths to make up on Personal Best. Quality Star looks to the inside as they come toward the 8th pole. Here's I'm Glad. Here comes Quality Star up the inside, and here comes Wallachia down the outside. Personal Best is fighting on. Wallachia far outside, and I'm Glad. And then Personal Best and Quality Star fourth. Wallachia, I'm Glad 1-2. Wallachia, Luis Saez, Wallachia to win it. Close for second, I'm Glad, or Personal Best, and then Quality Star.
That is her style, to lay back and make one run. We saw it in her first 2 starts up in New York, and she does it here this afternoon in Kentucky at Keeneland Racecourse. Wallachia for Stone Street Stables, a Stone Street homebred, the daughter of Tappet.
I think this is going to be a very productive race moving forward, Scott. The 3 fillies that were to her inside seem like they've got a lot of talent too, but the trip and the experience paid off for Wallachia, a very impressive runner for Stone Street, and Graham Motion, who is having a really, really strong meet. It's going to be close for second. We'll let the photo decide, but it's the 11, Wallachia, the winner of race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 11, Willikaya, finished first. Number 5, I'm Glad, was second. Number 3, Personal Best, third. And number 10, Quality Star, fourth. 11-5, 3-10, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 11-5, 3-10, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Denali, number 11, Willikaya, owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Graham Motion. Luis Saez is the jockey. Willikaya, 3-year-old Tappet filly out of Hillaby by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 46.55 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Denali trophy presentation to the connections of Willikaya. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track listed fast. Scratch the 2, Maximum Impact. Again, scratch 2, Maximum Impact. Overweight, number 8, the Peninsula. The jockey, 2 pounds over. No changes in the fourth race. In race 5, scratch number 3, Scarabea. That's race 5, scratch number 3, Scarabea.
This is race number 3. $40,000 claimers restricted to non-winners of 2 lifetime for horses 3 and up. 1 mile, 1/16 the distance. And here's the one-horse Tonal Impact, who broke through with his first victory last time out. That was when they dropped him in for a $30,000 tag, and he responded with a 3.5 length victory, doing his work from off the pace. I would imagine, Gabby, that'll be the same situation, trying to work from off the pace. But perhaps the light bulb will go on because of the drop in class last time out, getting some confidence, building off of that. And it doesn't hurt that Matt Shire claimed this runner last time out for 30 and brings him right back into against condition claiming types here today. Now what is 2 claiming types, I should say.
I just think this was a really good claim. I would like to know how many people were in on this horse and how big of a shake it was, just because he was competitive against Maiden Special Weight Company. They tried the previous connections, tried many different things with him. I think he's just not a Maiden Special Weight allowance type horse, but he is a claiming horse, a high-level claiming horse, and that he easily won his last race. This seems like a perfect spot for him to go against winners for the first time. I just think it was a good claim and good placement, Scott.
You've got the number 7 horse on top. That is the runner drawn not furthest to the outside, but almost. Burn and Ash for Stephen Dunn, a colt by Caraconti, who takes blinkers off and will run on the main track for just the 2nd time in his career. The other time was at Indiana Grand in October of last year.
Well, those races were pretty fast, especially when you compare who he was going against in some of his dirt races and even synthetic races to what he faces here today. So nothing too clever. I just think it's a big class relief, and he's 10-1, kind of more low-profile connection, Scott, and you'll get a good price on him.
We move to the number 5 horse. That's Carrillo. He was actually entered, I believe it was Wednesday here at Keeneland Racecourse as a main track only entrant. Didn't get the opportunity, and he had this backup plan in place in this $40,000 claimer. He was a runner that got a lot of attention off of his debut victory up at Aqueduct for trainer Chad Brown. Was part of a dispersal here at the Keeneland January sale in 2021. They immediately moved him in against Great Stakes Company once he was acquired. Ran in the Grade 2 Risen Star behind horses like Mandaloon, Proxy, and Midnight Bourbon. He's run a couple of good races. Tom Amos admitted in that most recent start back in late February at Fairgrounds to me, as we were there covering, I believe it was Risen Star afternoon, that they were just experimenting with him, trying him on grass. Today, he's dropping in class. They've given him plenty of opportunities, so perhaps we'll see Carrillo get sparked a bit with this drop in for 40 as he sits at 9-2.
I don't know what to make of him, Scott, because, his first race was very impressive. Then he came back for Tom, and he had some good races against Allowance Company. But his last 3 races have been bad. Now, is it because of the turf? Is it because of the slop? Maybe. Sometimes horses kind of fool you, but I think it's encouraging that he's at $40,000 level now, and he's on a fast main track. That's probably his best distance and surface, 2 turns.
Sonic City, the number 3 horse, Keeneland graduate back in 2019 at the September sale. He just broke his maiden. He did so going wire to wire on the synthetic. I wouldn't be shocked if he's part of the early pace in this race.
I do think he'll be part of the pace. We'll see. Sometimes, speed holds very well, especially at the 1 1/16 distance here. And there doesn't seem to be that much speed in here. The only other horse that could maybe pressure him early is the 7.
The 4 horse is the favorite, as they are. Actually, we've got 2 horses sitting at 2-1. Not much separation between the 4 that is Dreaming of Jerry and the number 6 horse, Full Charge. We'll get a look at him over on the front side, just waiting for the riders up call, as we are less than 11 minutes away from post time for the 3rd on this Friday card.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. 3-year-olds and up, a $40,000 claiming price, mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2, Maximum Impact. Scratch 2, Maximum Impact. Overweight, number 8, the Peninsula, jockey 2 pounds over. That's number 8, the Peninsula, jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 5 minutes.
Four minutes out from race 3, looking at horses on the track here, and this is the 6th full charge for trainer Jack Sisterson, currently your 9-5 favorite. We didn't really touch on him when they were in the paddock, but this horse looks great on the track. You can see him, he's on his toes, he looks revved up, ready to go. And I would imagine he'll be forwardly placed here. He was a horse that didn't show much speed in a slow pace 2 starts back, but he seemingly woke up a bit last time out. I just like his energy. I like his fitness coming into today's race. So definitely not a horse that I, necessarily liked off of paper, but definitely like him and how he's touting himself on trackside today. The 7, Burn and Ash, is another one. Blinkers coming off. The son of Caraconti. They've tried everything to get this horse to wake up, whether it was turf or dirt or synthetic in the last race. The one thing that I've noticed from him is he is just holding back a lot of energy. You can see him kind of popping up on his hind legs right now. His neck was bowed just a few minutes ago, and he just looks like a horse that has a lot of natural speed. So look for him to show that speed, and I still like him at 9-1. I think he is definitely a use. I liked him in his past performances, in his recent races, and I like him even more now at trackside. So I thought those 2 horses were horses to consider. After looking at them warming up, we are 3 minutes out from race 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's third race. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Sonic City from the inside, the Peninsula from the outside. These two come to the front. Dreaming of Jerry comes away running in third. Sonic City down toward the rail has a short lead heading into the first turn, but the Peninsula moves up from the far outside. They are the top two. Full Charge sneaks up the rail to challenge for third, although Dreaming of Jerry is there and has the spot outward from the rail third by just a neck from Full Charge in the fourth position. Burnin' Ash is in fifth as they head onto the backstretch, placed just to the outside of Carrillo in sixth. Tonal Impact is last of the 7:24 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Sonic City is the leader. Sonic City leading the Peninsula only by a half length, and a gap of two to Full Charge, and third by just ahead, followed by Dreaming of Jerry. Fourth up on the outside, Burnin' Ash is on the extreme outside in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, joined by Carrillo back toward the inside, and Tonal Impact is at the back. Opening half mile, 48.77 seconds. Over to the far turn they go with Sonic City the leader. Sonic City leads it by 3/4 of a length. The Peninsula second. Dreaming of Jerry is third up on the outside. Now the Peninsula starts to draw alongside of Sonic City, and Dreaming of Jerry seeks to join them third, less than a length off the front pair. Full Charge is in behind horses, looking for running room. They're at the quarter pole. Carrillo, Tonal Impact, who goes wide 5 from the front. Burnin' Ash is at the back to the top of the short stretch, and now Full Charge is bursting through between horses. Full Charge moves up top of the short stretch, takes a narrow lead. Dreaming of Jerry is there on the outside, but second. Sonic City drops back. Tonal Impact is in third, still 5 lengths from the front. Final furlong, Full Charge leads at a length, and Dreaming of Jerry is second and trying to catch the leader, but Full Charge is in front. Full Charge by 2.5. It is Full Charge for Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Dreaming of Jerry was home second, Tonal Impact was third, and Carrillo was fourth.
He had to wait for room. Once he got it, Full Charge was full of run. Tyler Gaffalione was so patient with this 4-year-old son of Will Take Charge, and that patience pays off. Never panicked whatsoever. Knew he had a lot of horse underneath him, and this horse opens up and wins this race easily for our neighbors at Calumet Farm. A homebred for Calumet Farm. Now a 2-time winner in his career, went off at odds of 2-1. 6-4-1-5, the top 4 unofficially for race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 6, Full Charge, was first. Number 4, Dreaming of Jerry, second. Number 1, Tonal Impact, third. Number 5, Carrillo, was fourth. 6-4-1-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Full Charge, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jack Sisterson, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Full Charge, a 4-year-old son of Will Take Charge at a Funny Valentine by APND, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 1 minute 46.11 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of Maker's Mark, Rob Samuels, managing director, is presenting a check for $10,000 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Rob in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Maker's Mark and Keeneland would like to thank the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund for their efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 6-4-1-5, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is listed fast. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. There are no changes in the fourth race. Race 5, scratch number 3, Scarabea. Race 5, scratch number 3, Scarabea. Looking ahead to the sixth race, no changes in race 6 at this time.
Another competitive race on this beautiful Friday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 4, 50,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 3 races, or 3-year-olds. Going a mile and a 16th in for the $50,000 tag. The favorite is on the outside. That is the number 8 horse, Fan Club, who we'll get to. But I go to the number 2 horse, Blue Jays, as the top pick. This for Keith DeSormo. This gelding dropping in for a tag for the first time in his career, and he's run against some good horses over the course of his career. He debuted against 1,000 Words, who turned into a stakes runner. Tis a Magician, who turned into a stakes winner in his second career start. Kiss Today Goodbye, who won a graded stakes race. That Keeneland January sales grad, he won a graded stakes race at Santa Anita. Then he finally broke his maiden after being asked to ship up to Golden Gate Fields, then broke through with a first level allowance condition victory, and even last time out down at Fairgrounds at the end of February ran into Proxy, who's a very nice runner. So getting some class relief here today, making his Keeneland debut. Flavian Pratt will make the right call on when to make the move on this 2-year-old, or number 2 horse, I should say, not 2-year-old, as he is a 5-year-old son of Street Sense. But it's all about timing this horse's run, and I think that he's going to be just fine here today, as he is currently sitting at 3-1 on the tote board for race number 4. The 8, as mentioned, is the favorite. That is Fan Club, the Street Sense colt for Gary and Mary West. Recently third behind Caddo River, a highly thought of horse last year at the age of 3. He was beaten 7 1/4 lengths in that event with Florent Giroux. Flo rode him to back-to-back victories back in January, just 27 days apart, January 2nd to the 29th of January, laying just off the pace and making a run at him. He's got an outside draw. That's going to be the thing that he's going to have to overcome, because being furthest to the outside, going into that first turn, Flo's going to have to really push on him or hope that he breaks so sharp that he just gets and guides him over to the rail to save ground. So that's one thing that is working against him, is post position 8 of 8 here in race number 4. And then the number 5 horse, that is Guillaume for Michael Stidham, a gelding by Hardspun, who comes off of a well-beaten effort. He also comes out of that common race with the number 2 horse that was won by Proxy. Prior to that, he went almost wire to wire. He broke sharp, sat just off the pace, and got the victory. But Tyler Gaffleone jumps into the saddle here today. He's got a better draw to hold that position forwardly than the favorite does. So that's why I gave him a look in here, and that might be a reason to back him at odds of 6-1 is the post draw that he has, and the hope that he can sit forward as he did 2 starts ago. Last time out, he did, but the pace was very, very fast. He was part of a very fast pace on the 25th of February. We're talking about the 5 horse Guillaume, but I don't expect 46 and change to happen. I think the only way that happens is if the 8 has to be really hustled out there and then just takes off and doesn't listen to the cues of Florent Giroux from the outside post. But as mentioned, a very competitive race. Race number 4, 50 claimers, 3 and up, non-motors of 3 or 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th, and we're less than 13 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. $50,000 the claiming price. 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the fourth. Post time is 6 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race at 1 1/16 on the main track. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Fan Club. There goes Guillaume. Fan Club to the lead. Guillaume comes out running in second. Mobster Gun is away running in third. Blue Jays is away in fourth. Perfect Cut is fifth up on the outside as they enter the first turn. Guillaume gets over next to the rail, has the lead. Guillaume will save the ground against the rail, now leads it by a length. Fan Club backs away into the second spot by a length and a half. Mobster Gun goes third against the rail by a length. Perfect Cut fourth up on the outside. Blue Jays is in fifth toward the inside as they enter the backstretch. Fair-haired Boy is sixth up on the outside. And then Cousin Larry, who's in between horses next to last, and a gap of 6 more lengths back of that one to 20 Twice, who is the trailer. Opening quarter, 24.32 seconds. Guillaume the leader, and Guillaume is on top up the backstretch by 3/4 of a length. Fan Club is second, a length and a half. Mobster Gun is third by just a neck. Perfect Cut is fourth, now challenging for third up on the outside, followed by Blue Jays as they enter the far turn. Cousin Larry between horses. Fair-haired Boy going to be caught wide near the back of the pack, still 5 from the front. Gap of 3 more. 20 Twice is the trailer. 49.13 seconds the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn they go. Here's Fan Club on the outside to put ahead in front. Guillaume is still there toward the inside, but second, a length and a half to Perfect Cut. Third up on the outside. And then Mobster Gun, who's looking for running room, going to try to find it between horses from third to the top of the short stretch. It is Fan Club, the leader, by 2 lengths now. Mobster Gun is second. And then Perfect Cut third up on the outside as they straighten away for home. Mobster Gun trying to catch Fan Club, who leads it by a length. And then Perfect Cut, third up on the outside. Blue Jays fourth toward the inside. Here comes Mobster Gun again after Fan Club, but the wire is coming in the short stretch. Fan Club, the leader, a neck. Mobster Gun is there on the outside. Fan Club and Florent Giroux to win it 3/4 of a length on the line. Mobster Gun was across the line in second. Perfect Cut was third. Blue Jays was fourth.
Fan Club, the favorite at odds of 6-5. The key, as we thought, was getting over on that first turn and not losing any ground, really, as the 5-horse set the pace and sat just off of it and kicked on. But how about this run from the longest shot in the field at 31-1, Mobster Gun, making it interesting in the short stretch, being beaten by maybe a half of a length in the end. How about 6-5 over 31-1, back to 9-1 for the trifecta. Favorite wins, but the long shot showed up. Mobster Gun here in race number 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 8, Fan Club, finished first. Number 1, Mobster Gun, second. Number 7, Perfect Cut, third. Number 2, Blue Jays, fourth. 8172, unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Fan Club, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Fan Club, a 4-year-old son of Street Sense out of Secret, returned by Put It Back, bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 45.94 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 8172, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. No carryover. Also begins the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Turf course is listed good today. The temporary rail is down. In the fifth race, scratch number 3, Scarabea. That's in this fifth race, scratch number 3, Scarabea. No changes in race 6. Seventh race, the TVG Limestone, scratch number 3, Coffee Maker. Scratch the 9, Fast Corey. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch number 9, Fast Corey. Race 8, scratch the 1, Fire on Time. Scratch 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch number 14, Recoded, and scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch the 14, Recoded, and scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. Please note, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Featured ninth race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch number 11, Public Sector. That's in the ninth race. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 5 on the card here at Keeneland Racecourse looks to be a pivotal race for multi-race exotic players especially. This race starts the Pick 6 on Maker's Mark Mile Day, this Friday card, and it also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9 make up the $3 minimum Turf Pick 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking right now at the 5 in the paddock. That is Queen Bourbon, the Empire Maker filly for 6 Column Stables and Bourbon Lane Stable. A runner, Gabby, that showed improvement moving over to the turf course, picking up that first lifetime score, going 1 mile and 1/8 at Churchill, so distance will not be an issue whatsoever for this filly as she comes into this race off of 1 mile and 1/8 prep, we'll call it, over at Gulfstream Park.
It was a good race off that layoff. She was in kind of an outside post position, but still managed to get a nice stalking trip that day behind a winner that would go on to win by over 4 lengths. Scott, you don't really often see winners on the turf like that. So she comes out of a good race last time out. And is this kind of like the hunch bet of the day on Maker's Mark Mile? We got to get Queen Bourbon home, don't we?
I'll take it. Top pick, 7-2. I'll take a $9 winner any part of the day. Final bell is the 7 Your Top selection for Bill Mott. Umberto Rispoli in the saddle. Here's another Keeneland graduate, filly by Uncle Mo, who was a winner on debut. Then last time out, I think the pace was just too quick for her to keep up.
It was, but it was also a merry-go-round race. When you actually watch the replay, Traffic Song, the winner, she was on the lead. Star Seeking, she stalked. Champagne Lady, the 3rd place finisher. It was just wherever they were in the beginning of the race, that's how they ended the race. So it was hard for this filly to make up ground, and for what it's worth, that was a very strong race. I mentioned Star Seeking, that impressive winner that beat Your Top selection. She was in that race. Champagne Lady, the 3rd place finisher, she came back out to win an allowance race on the dirt. So it was a very good group of fillies, and I think onwards and upwards for this filly.
The same can be said for the one horse who expectations should be high on Ocean Road for Qatar Racing, a filly by Australia, who's making her first starts under the care of Brendan Walsh. She came over here to North America, to the United States, to compete in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. Prior to that, she was running against some of the top 3-year-old fillies in Europe, including running in the Epsom Oaks in June and a 3rd in the Pride Stakes over at Newmarket. That was the prep for the Breeders' Cup. She's very well bred too, Gabby. She is a half-sister to Wigmore Hall, who won a Grade 1 here in North America in the Northern Dancer up at Woodbine.
Yeah, Ocean Road, you think that they have some high expectations for her because she not only faced Grade 1 company here at the Breeders' Cup, but also Group 1 company in England and also at Newmarket Group 3 company. So she's Group 3 placed, and this just seems like a very, I would say, savvy spot to bring her or maintain her, and stateside they find a nice allowance race. Not to say that this is an easy race by any means, Scott, but this just seems like the right spot to run her in.
Flown is the 2. She's a good price, 7-1 on the board for the Hyder family stables. These connections tend to gravitate towards these kittens' joys. They've had success with them here in the U.S. and overseas, as well as the Hyder family stables competes on both continents. And this 4-year-old filly, the reason I liked her, she's won here at Keeneland in the past, Gabby. She broke her maiden. She ran in the Appalachian. That was the follow-up. And look at the runners that she's faced since then. Core Values, Shantasara, who we'll see in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley tomorrow, Plum Ali in the Winter Memories. So this might be considered a dip down in class for the filly, the 2 Flown, here this afternoon.
This is another one. We were kind of talking about it with Fluffy Socks yesterday when she was running. It's one thing when you're going against graded stakes company and straight 3-year-olds, and it's another thing when those 3-year-olds turn 4 and they have to go against, sometimes more proven mares or older or fillies and older mares. But I do think that Flown has kept the right type of company. She just strikes me as a horse that needs the perfect trip, Scott, because she does close from off the pace.
And then finally, we'll move to Talking Book, the 5-year-old daughter of Honor Code out of the King Mambo First Dam Mumbo Jumbo. She was bred by Sarah S. Farish, owned by Sarah S. Farish, looking to build off of that most recent performance at the end of February at Gulfstream.
Well, see, I didn't think that there was much that separated Talking Book and Queen Bourbon. Talking Book, I thought, ran a fine race in her first race off of a pretty lengthy layoff, and you look at the board and there's a huge discrepancy in odds, 7-1 and 7-2 between these two fillies, that there wasn't much that separated them that day. And generally speaking, Shug McGaughey's horses can improve in their second start off the layoff, so she definitely has a look to her.
Race number 5, start of the pick 6, also the first leg of the three-pronged Keeneland Turf Pick 3, $3 minimum wager, races 5, 7, and 9. If you're looking to play the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and you haven't yet here on course, make sure you look for it as a separate event. It's under its own racetrack, essentially, if you're using the self-service terminals. If you are looking to play it with a teller, just tell them you're looking to play the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. It was introduced last fall, and the average payoff for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, over $1,300. Good luck. Race number 5 is coming up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Summer Wind, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 mile and 1/8 over the turf, listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch number 3, Scarabea. Again, scratch 3, Scarabea. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and also the start of the Keeneland Turf. Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Post time at 6 minutes.
quality group of runners here in race number 5. We'll go to Queen Bourbon first for Ian Wilkes and Bourbon Lane Stable, 6-column stable, a filly by Empire Maker, who my top selection still continues to be a good price. She's 4-1 on the board as she warms up solo out on the track.
And she just looks really good, Scott. I was watching the fillies in the post parade here, and she just has the prettiest coat. She looks like a very happy horse today, too. She's dappled out, as they say, the expression dappled from head to toe. That's exactly what she is. So she, if she runs to her looks, she's going to be pretty tough to beat here.
How about Ocean Road, the well-related filly for Qatar Racing? That's the number 1 horse. She is 9-5, big, long tail. That's the first thing I notice on her as she warms up.
And she had Harley for a minute, the pony, and it was almost like, what's going on here? What kind of horse is this? What kind of animal
She
is
wasn't
this?
sure?
She was not sure what was going on there. He's such a big horse. But after she kind of broke away from the pony and got a good warm-up, and you could really just see the class that she has. Covered a lot of ground, good bounce to her stride. She's another one that just really looked the part. These two really stood out to me.
You could only imagine in Europe you don't see horses the size of Harley, so you
No.
can forgive her for that as she makes her second start here in the United States. And then we'll go to Shug McGahee's runner, Talking Book. I had a chance to catch up with Shug. She was on her toes when she had the rider Joel Rosario legged up on her back in the Sarah Farish Silks. She really started to show herself, and she's continued to do so out here on the front side. Shug saying that she's a very forward filly, that's normally how she acts, and he says that this mare needs for them to come back to her in order for her to be able to pull off a victory as she did back at Gulfstream on the 13th of February. So she needs a little pace help here this afternoon.
I don't know if she gets it, though, Scott. There just doesn't seem to be much speed, so that's really good insight for Shug.
2 minutes to post, less than race number 5. Once again, first leg of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9 for that sequence. And this one starts the Pick 6 on Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Day. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Summer Wind. Start of the Pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Flown from the inside. Flown out for the lead. Texas Shuffle is there. And here comes Final Bell from the far outside. Texas Shuffle takes the lead. Final Bell goes second upon the outside. Flown going to back away toward the inside in third. Laying Low Makendo moves up in fourth. Outside of Queen Bourbon in fifth between horses. Lucy's Cakes Fly is sixth back toward the inside. She's joined there by Talking Book, who's right alongside from seventh. And Ocean Road is eighth here early on. Ocean Road at the back, running 6 lengths off the early lead. 24.83 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Texas Shuffle, the leader against the rail onto the backstretch. Texas Shuffle on top by 2 lengths. Final Bell goes second by a half length. Flown is third toward the inside by a length. Layin' Low Makendo fourth up on the outside. And then Queen Bourbon between horses in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. Lucy's Cakes Fly, Talking Book, and Ocean Road still at the back after an opening half mile in 50.48 seconds. Texas Shuffle still the leader. Texas Shuffle in front by 2 lengths to the far turn. Final Bell second a length. Flown is third by 3/4 of a length. Then Layin' Low Makendo fourth up on the far outside, 3 wide around the turn. Queen Bourbon is fifth in between horses, still nearly 4 lengths from the lead. Lucy's Cakes Fly, Talking Book on the outside. And then Ocean Road. And Ocean Road will have to navigate through some traffic from last. They're at the top of the stretch, a 1/4 mile to go. They turn for home. Texas Shuffle and Final Bell 1-2. Here comes Final Bell after the leader. Flown is third. Ocean Road is still fourth, trying to shift lanes to the far outside. Texas Shuffle chased by Final Bell, Flown, Ocean Road, then Lucy's Cakes Fly. Texas Shuffle with Flown coming from the outside and Final Bell between that pair and Ocean Road on the far outside. It is Flown and Ocean Road, Flown and Ocean Road. A head-bobbing photo for the win. Either Ocean Road or Flown for that top spot.
Tight on the wire. In fact, a tight photo finish here. And most of the racing was going on with this front flight. As the pace wasn't all that fast, it looked like Flown had done just that. Once she strikes the lead, she needs to straighten out a bit here. But this one horse shows a tremendous amount of kick. Even here, you didn't think that she was going to be able to kick off.
I'll say Tyler Gaffalione did a really good job in getting her to save ground and get covered up in the early part of the race, much like her European races. And then it took him some time to find a path way on the outside, and that's when her acceleration really kicked in. It's close, Scott, but I do think Ocean Road got up in the nick of time as we take another look here at the stretch run.
It is a great shot from the wire cam at Keeneland. And an overhead shot as well. 2's in front by a head. It's dwindling at this point. 1 gets in front. Bob goes back to the inside, but was that enough? We'll leave it to the placing judges here at Keeneland for race number 5.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. In the photo, number 1, Ocean Road, was first. Number 2, Flown, was second. Number 6, Texas Shuffle, third. Number 7, Final Bell, fourth. 1, 2, 6, 7, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official, 1-2-6-7, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Summer Wind #1 Ocean Road, owned by Qatar Racing Limited of David Redvers, trained by Brendan Walsh. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Ocean Road, a 4-year-old filly by Australia, out of Love and Laughter by Theatrical, bred in Ireland by Kay and Mrs. Cullen. Mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 50.42 seconds. The early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation, the Summer Wind Trophy to the Connections of Ocean Road. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Main track listed fast. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No changes in this sixth race. Looking ahead to the seventh race, the TVG Limestone, scratch number 3 Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9 Fast Corey. That's in the seventh race, scratch number 3 Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9 Fast Corey. Eighth race, scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch the 14, Recoded. And scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. That's in the eighth race, scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch the 14, Recoded. And scratch 15, Jungle Juice. A reminder, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Featured ninth race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch the 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. Scratch the 11, Public Sector. That's in the featured ninth race. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch the 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 on this Friday afternoon. This is a third level allowance race with an optional $80,000 tag attached to it. We'll start with the number 8 horse in this event. That is Mystic Knight, a gelding by Into Mischief, who should arrive late on the scene if all goes well. He's a horse that comes out of a 1 1/8 race on the slop, back to a 1 1/16 here today. I would imagine that Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll have him coming from off the pace. He's just not a horse that's really done his best running when he sits forward. And Gabby, this is another runner this afternoon that we'll see at the upcoming April sale here at Keeneland. He'll be hip number 61, consigned by TaylorMade.
I think this is a good group for him, though, Scott. If you look at his past races, he's faced some really tough horses, including Beau Luminary, who was recently third in the Grade 3 Essex. I mean, these are horses that are running in the mid-90 Beyer speed figures, graded stakes horses as well. So not to say that this is an easy field by any means, but this just seems like a really good group for him to get back on track or continue staying on track as he's coming into the race off of a victory.
Mischief Afoot, who'll be drawn just to his inside. That's the number 7 horse, Keeneland graduate from the November sale of 2017. He's made over $182,000. He was stakes tested in the Challenger Stakes in his most recent race.
He's been against some good horses in the past. Last time out, the Grade 3 Challenger, and the winner was more forwardly placed than he was. So I just think that the track really wasn't playing kindly to his running style that day. And even if you look at the race in the Richard Small, the Dickie Small at Laurel, he went against the likes of Cordmaker, who I believe is definitely a graded stakes winner, maybe multiple graded stakes winner. So again, another one that kind of needs the right type of trip, but the class lines are there.
We've both got the number 6 horse Concert Tour as our second selection. Most feel he's the one to beat. He is the favorite at odds of 9-5 in the win pools. This is a colt that at one point in time thought that maybe he could be a Derby-type, Preakness-type horse. They obviously didn't go into the Derby but made it to the Preakness because his Rebel Stakes victory at Oaklawn last year, in March of last year, was freakishly good. But he's just not been able to return to that kind of a race since then.
He hasn't. And last time out, he wasn't actually the favorite in that race, but I thought he kind of should have won. Maybe he went a little bit too fast with the blinkers coming back on, but he is going to be the controlling speed. 1 1/16 today, I think, will be suitable for him, but he has to prove that he can get back on track.
Major Fed, another battle-tested horse during his 3-year-old season and beyond. Here's a horse that was a part of the Kentucky Derby back in 2020. He was runner-up in the Indiana Derby. He ran here in the Fayette last fall, and that was a tough race. That was a race in which Independence Hall just broke on top and just kept on going. But since then, this son of Ghost Sapper has run 2 credible races. Did so against Third Level Allowance Company as he's facing here this afternoon. His race in the Tenacious was not bad. Then they gave it a go on the turf course. Clearly, that's not going to be his game. That was his only try on grass. But he's got some class to him, a horse that's made just a few dollars shy of $400,000.
I think his best style is probably to sit a mid-pack trip, especially in a race here where the favorite and the horse to beat is the controlling speed. So an aggressive ride by Tyler, I think, is probably necessary for this horse for his best showing.
Good race coming up, featuring Concert Tour, graded stakes winner from his 3-year-old season, San Vicente winner, Rebel Stakes winner, looking to get back into the winner's circle for the first time since his impressive performance in the Grade 2 Rebel in March of last year. Starts the late pick 5. We are less than 12 minutes away from post time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Tower allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. 4-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good, post time in 7 minutes. No changes in race 6.
Bringing you front side here for race number 6, and we're looking at the 5-horse. That's Farmington Road. Like the energy that this horse is showing us out here on the track today. He comes off of a very impressive win last time out at Tampa Bay Downs, where he showed a lot of speed. He went fast and he kept on going and won by 5 1/4. Now, granted, he was the favorite that day. Fairly lukewarm favorite, though, at 2.5 to 1. He went off at odds of 5 to 2. So it shows you the depth of that group. But if he's able to run to his looks and perhaps control this race at a mile and a 16th, wouldn't be surprised if he's able to spring an 8 to 1 upset as we look at him now warm up, getting away from the pony. But a horse that looks well out there on the course, that is Farmington Road, the 5-year-old son of Quality Road. And then Mystic Knight, he is such a big horse, the 8-horse on the outside. And this is what we talked about. Maybe a mile and a 16th isn't exactly going to be his best scenario. He has obviously handled longer distances. He's a beautiful horse. You can see why these connections, Three Chimneys Farm and Peter Brandt, went to $500,000 at the Keeneland September sale in 2018. So we'll find out what Irad has in store as far as the trip is concerned. He's 2 to 1 on the tote board right now. And a reminder that Mystic Knight, the number 8, will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale. He'll be hip number 61, part of the TaylorMade consignments, and that sale gets underway on closing day, April 29th, immediately following the last race here at Keeneland. So he'll be offered up. That is Mystic Knight, the number 8. He's hip number 61, but right now he is number 8 and sits at 2 to 1. The number 2 horse is where we will wrap up these front side thoughts as we get a look at him. out on the track. The number 2 War Stopper for Flavian Pratt and Todd Pletcher. Flavian in the saddle, looking to get back into the winner's circle. Flavian had quite a productive opening weekend. He's not been able to carry that same sort of momentum into this second week. I would imagine that we will see quite a bit of momentum build into the third week here, but we'll see how he fares on the number 2 horse in this race. War Stopper for Todd Pletcher, another runner that will be offered at the Keeneland April sale. He'll be early in that sale. He'll be hip number 14, part of the Elite Sales offering, a 5-year-old son of Declaration of War, who is looking to return to the winner's circle by getting back onto the main track. So 2 runners in here will be at the Keeneland April sale. We'll see how they fare here, see if they can add to their resume, update their page, and we'll find out in less than 4 minutes. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Tower, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Concert Tour. Concert Tour fires right out for the lead. Here comes Warstopper along with Major Fed against the rail. They move up to press the issue, but Concert Tour has the lead by a length into the first turn. Starts to angle down toward the inside, tries to get to the rail to save some ground, and Concert Tour has the lead by a length. But Warstopper's there to the inside. No getting to the rail because of Warstopper, who's right there in the second position around the first turn as they enter the backstretch. Farmington Road is a close-up third by a length and a half. And then Beaver Hat is fourth outward from the rail, followed by Major Fed back to the inside fifth, Enforceable sixth, Mystic Knight seventh, Mischief Afoot last of the eighth, 24.42 seconds for the opening quarter. Concert Tour leads it. Concert Tour, 3/4 of a length to the good from Farmington Road, second by a half length. Warstopper still there to the inside, now in the third position. Major Fed looks for some running room between horses, fourth ahead. Beaver Hat fifth on the outside of that one. Gap of just over 2 more lengths back to Enforceable Mystic Knight. Mischief Afoot at the back, 48.45 seconds. That was the time for the first half mile. Concert Tour is the leader over to the far turn. Concert Tour leads it by just 1 length. Now by a length and a half. Warstopper to the inside, taking second from Farmington Road, who's lost some ground in third. The leader's at the quarter pole. And then Mystic Knight, who angles wide from fourth, 6 lengths from the lead. Top of the short stretch, Concert Tour has the lead by 3 lengths. Warstopper's looking to the inside, and here comes Mystic Knight from the outside. Mystic Knight and Major Fed moving behind that one, but still fourth. But Mystic Knight has taken the lead. Mischief Afoot is running late down the far outside, but Mystic Knight has a 3-length lead to Mischief Afoot. Mystic Knight, Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. From Mischief Afoot, Major Fed, and then Warstopper fourth.
Go ahead and update that catalog page for Hip 61 Mystic Knight at the April sale on April 29th as he picks up this victory. Very impressive coming from off the pace. Had the setup out in front of him. Concert Tour couldn't keep on going, and the son of Into Mischief rolling with those big strides to score at odds of 9-5.
Yeah, it really wasn't that fast of a pace, but the pace did seemingly collapse, and Irad Ortiz Jr. had Mystic Knight in a perfect position to pounce, and in the end, Scott, he won this very easily. It looks like the number 7, Mischief Afoot, making up a lot of ground to get up for second, but no doubt about the winner, Mystic Knight in race 6.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 8, Mystic Knight, finished first. Number 7, Mischief Afoot, was second. Number 1, Major Fed, was third. Number 2, Warstopper, fourth. 8-7-1-2 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 8-7-1-2, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Tower, number 8, Mystic Knight, owned by Peter Brandt, Three Chimneys Farm of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Mystic Knight, a 5-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of Secret Jewel by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC. Track in 1 minute 44.06 seconds. And as Scott mentioned, Mystic Knight has a return engagement 2 weeks from today in the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. Results are official, 8-7-1-2. The official results for race 6. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation, the Stone Tower Trophy, to the connections of Mystic Knight. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Race 7, the TVG Limestone Stakes. Scratch number 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9, Fast Corey. Again, scratch number 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch the 9, Fast Corey. 8th race, scratch the 1, Fire on Time. Scratch 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Scratch the 14, Recoded, and scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Scratch number 14, Recoded, and scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. A reminder, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Scratch the 5, Ivar. Scratch the 8, Some Like It Hot Brown, and scratch the 11, Public Sector. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown, and scratch number 11, Public Sector. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race.
first of two stakes races in front of us. This is the 5.5 furlong TVG Limestone Stakes. 3-year-old fillies competing for their share of $200,000. And we're looking right now at the favorite, the Gray Filly by Caravaggio, the Keeneland January of 2020 sales grad that brought $425,000. Her World. She's 1-for-1, Gabby. She was speedy in the Tyro Stakes at Monmouth Park, going gate to wire, winning by 6 lengths. We haven't seen her, though, since that race more than 8 months ago. But the filly that she beat out of that race, Trust Her Journey, would go on to win a stakes race at Colonial. So we know that she beat a good filly on that afternoon.
I was there at Monmouth when she ran first time out, and I was thinking, man, Wesley Ward must really like this filly to debut her, just bypass the maiden special weight and debut her against Stakes Company, and she went on to win that race easily. She had so much gate speed, and in the end, she just pulled away on her own efforts by 6 lengths. So she could definitely be something special, and very interested to see what this filly by Caravaggio can do. She's surrounded by a big crowd down here, lots of very excited owners.
Darien is the 6th. These connections, Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario, last week won the colt version of this race with Slipstream in the Palisade Stakes coming from off the pace. Ducked down to the inside, or came down on the inside and finished up strong to pick up the victory. Not suggesting that Dariene's going to get to the inside, but if he's going to, or she's going to win this race, she's going to be making up ground at doing so because she'll be outrun early.
She will, but her last race didn't go to plan. She checked back to last early, and you can't afford to check back to last and have that type of trip on a stage like the Breeders' Cup, but also in a 5-furlong turf sprint. And after that, she was down on the inside. She really couldn't find any room to run it down, coming down the stretch. And in the end, she lost by a length, Scott. But if you watch the race, she could have probably even won. So I think I really like her. I think she's got a big shot, and she's held her own against solid Stakes Company before in the past.
You've got the 4, the Stone Street filly, as your second choice, the daughter of Ribchester from his first crop, who we saw win as a 2-year-old here at Keeneland, debuting in a maiden special weight on turf later on in that spring meet of 2021. Following that victory, they took her to Royal Ascot, where she was only beaten 3.5 lengths in the Windsor Castle Stakes. And like her stablemate, the favorite, Her World, this is the first time we've seen her in a while. It's been over 10 months since this filly has competed in the afternoon.
Scott, you don't really have to be extremely fit. You just have to be extremely fast to win races like these. And I think Wesley Ward definitely knows how to prepare these horses off the shelf. Both of these fillies really do look the picture in the paddock.
And then finally, we'll move to the 8-horse Unbridled Mary, a filly by McLean's Music for trainer John Sadler for West Point Thoroughbreds and Pine Racing. Joe Bravo's ridden her in her only 2 starts, both of which have been victories, and she won in 2 different dynamics. She won going 5 furlongs at Del Mar, and then she ran down the hillside turf course at Santa Anita and was able to put together the same sort of run. So it takes some talent to be able to win in those 2 different courses. They are much different races. So I wouldn't be shocked if this filly's able to come on late under Joe Bravo.
I agree with you, Scott, that she was able to, win at a race that kind of translates to a mile, 6.5 furlongs on the downhill at Santa Anita. But both of those 2 races have been on a firm going, so I do wonder how she's going to take a liking to this turf course today, especially with her running style. But she does have a lot of class and talent, that's for sure.
Mentioned owned in part by West Point Thoroughbreds and Pine Racing. That's Mark Pine. Mark Pine has about 25 horses around the country. He's a retired executive, spent his career in Silicon Valley. He was involved in cutting horses, and he's also involved in the Sail Topper from last September with West Point Thoroughbreds and those others that are involved, including Lane's End, that City of Light colt. So good luck to Mark Pine here this afternoon, and West Point Thoroughbreds, and all of these connections in the TVG Limestone Stakes. There's a continued look at the 8 Unbridled Mary. We'll give you our opinion of these 3-year-old fillies once they come trackside. Race number 7 once again starts the late pick 4. The Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile is still to come. Quite a sequence in front of us here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 3rd running of the TVG Limestone Stakes. 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Coffee Maker. Also scratch number 9, Fast Corey. Again, scratch 3, Coffee Maker, and scratch 9, Fast Corey. Post time 7 minutes. Now let's meet the starters for race 7, the TVG Limestone. Number 1, Thunder Love, is owned by AMO Racing USA of Kia Jarobchin, trained by Paulo Lobo. Joe Talamo, the jockey. 2, Her World, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, by For the People Racing LLC of Mike Morgan, owned also by Windmill Manor Farm of Rick Embert, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 is scratched, number 4, Rithen, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey John Velasquez. 5, Sin City Gal, owned by Joey Platts and Arnold Benowith, trained by Robertino Diodoro. The jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Derry Nane, owned by Waterville Lake Stable of John Merriweather, trained by Christophe Lamont. The jockey Joel Rosario. 7, Lost My Sock, owned by Bonnie Rye Stable of Robert Bonney, trained by Derek Ryan. The jockey Colby Hernandez. Number 8, Unbridled Mary, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Finley, by Pine Racing Stables of Mark Pine, by Pearl Racing of Jim Pearl, trained by John Sadler. The jockey Joe Bravo. 9 is scratched. 10 is Gunboat, owned by Stuart S. Janney III, trained by Shug McGahee. The jockey Luis Saez. 5 minutes to post.
Getting close to the TVG Limestone Stakes, and we go to the 1 horse, one of the bigger prices in this field. Second longest shot on the board, that is Thunder Love. This is a filly that's making her U.S. debut. She has stateside workouts dating back to the beginning of November down at Del Mar. Then she moved out here to Kentucky, but she is a big, strong filly. Like the hind end on this daughter of Profitable, running in 5 furlong races on the synthetic at Kempton to kick off her career. And then she jumped into some deep waters, including a run in the Shively Park, the Juddmonte Shively Park Stakes, that Group 1 at Newmarket, going 6 furlongs. 6 furlongs can be such a different scenario for these horses over in Europe versus what we see here because they're on the straight. I think that she is built as a sprint-type filly. I would not be surprised if she's able to outrun her odds here today. At odds of 30-1, she's on her toes. She looks fit and ready. And like I said, she is just built like a sprinter in and amongst these 3-year-old fillies that'll be going 5.5 furlongs on the good listed ground, something that she's familiar with, running at Doncaster and York over good ground and Newmarket in the Shively Park Stakes. The number 4 horse, Rithen, she looks fit and ready. You can see it right now on the screen. She's got definition to her, the daughter of Ribchester. So we talked about her 10-month layoff. There should be no concern whatsoever. And this was Tom Leach's actually long shot pick of the day at 8-1. So Stone Street looking for their second win here this afternoon. Good luck to Barbara Menke and her team. Rithen looks fantastic out there under Johnny Velasquez. And then we'll go to the outside. Gunboat for Stuart Janney III, a homebred filly by Warfronts out of the First Dam Onus, that daughter of Blame, who was a stakes winner. I spoke to Shug earlier, her conditioner, Shug McGahee, the Hall of Famer, and asked him if he had the kind of speed with this filly to keep up with Wesley's speed to the inside. He says, I hope that we track back behind him. And he said he likes the post position on Gunboat, hopes that the Wesley filly goes, and that would obviously be the 2-horse Her World, and be able to sit just off of her. So that's the kind of trip that he's looking for from the number 10 horse Gunboat with Luis Saez. We'll see if it pans out, as we've got a good group of 3-year-old fillies getting set as we look at the favorite, the number 2 horse Her World, the daughter of Caravaggio, who was purchased at the most recent Keeneland January sale for $425,000. It's the 5.5 furlong TVG Limestone Stakes, $200,000 in purse money on the line. And you can see the pick 4 pool is growing with less than 3 minutes to post, just shy of $330,000. Get involved. The TVG Limestone is next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 3rd running of the TVG Limestone Stakes, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the TVG Limestone Stakes. There goes Rithen out for the lead. Gunboat is there on the outside, and Her World comes away running in 3rd. Rithen is the leader. Rithen leads it by 3/4 of a length. Gunboat right there to the outside in 2nd. Her World 3rd down toward the inside. Lost My Sock is 4th. Thunder Love is in 5th. Unbridled Mary 6th on the outside. Derry Nane slides down toward the inside in 7th, 5 lengths off the lead. And Sin City Gal last of the 8, 22.59 seconds for the opening quarter. Rithen is the leader by almost a full length around the turn. Gunboat now takes aim again from the outside. Her World is right there toward the inside in 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go. Lost My Sock, and then Thunder Love back toward the inside, and Unbridled Mary on the outside. Rithen, Gunboat, and Her World toward the rail now. Her World trying to move up and challenge Rithen in the final furlong. Rithen is very game here, has the lead and deep stretch from Her World in 2nd. Derry Nane is running late. Rithen has the lead. Derry Nane is running late. Rithen has the lead. Derry Nane is trying. Rithen hanging on by a diminishing head over the closing Derry Nain of the TVG Limestone.
Rithen was ready today off of the more than 10-month layoff. She was very sharp away from the starting gate. Her stablemate, Her World's trying down on the inside, Gabby. And here comes Derry Nain looking to break the hearts of Stone Street Stables for the second time this meet. But does Rithen hold on?
What a finish here. Derry Nain coming with this wicked closing run, but it does look like she runs out of real estate. But Rithen, she ran a huge race, especially considering the layoff here. Scott having to turn back at the speed of Her World and still remaining here in the end. This is a brilliant race, though, in the end.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 4, Rithen, finished first. Number 6, Derry Nain in the photo was second. Number 2, Her World was third. Number 7, Lost My Sock was fourth. 4-6-2-7 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 4-6-2-7, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, third running of the TVG Limestone Stakes, number 4, Rithen. owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, second winner on the card. The trainer is Wesley Ward. The jockey is John Velasquez. Rithen, a 3-year-old filly by Ribchester out of Salenka by Selkirk, bred in Great Britain by Highclere Stud and Jake Warren Limited. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. 1 minute 3.33 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the TVG Limestone Stakes. Mr. Scott Hazelton, representing TVG, presents to the connections of number 4, Rithen.
Rithen utilizing her speed to run them off their feet in the TVG Limestone Stakes. Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez, your first time aboard. What was your impression as she left the starting gate?
Man, I didn't think she was going to be that fast. She was fast out of there, like really, really quick. She jumped so hard that she sent me back. I was like, man, I haven't had a horse doing that from the gate, like breaking that fast and sent myself back because she broke the heart, yeah. After that, and it would just kind of sit and try to nurse her along, you know, to the wire.
How much did she have to dig in to hold off Derby Dane, who was coming?
She did. She did trust me one. The other horse got to him on the outside, and the inside she won and dug in. Then the last one came very late to the wire, so I was happy the wire was there.
Well done, Johnny.
Thank you, guys.
Wesley, she was coming off of a long layoff. Were you concerned at all about the layoff coming in with Rithen?
A little bit, but she's been training great. She's been with Ian Brennan at Stone Street. And then we sent her back there again, and he sent her back to me ready to go. I haven't really done too much with her. I got to give all the credit to Ian here. He did a great job, and we just had one easy breeze with her at Turfway last week, and here we are standing in the winner's circle, so it's fantastic.
Prior to this afternoon, the last time we saw her run was in the Windsor Castle at Royal Ascot. Is Royal Ascot back on the table for this filly?
Well, I'm having dinner with Barbara tonight, so we'll see what she says. But she's always been a very talented filly. That's why we brought her there last year. And she ran fantastic today.
Well done, Wesley.
Thank you very much.
Rithen, very flashy today in the TVG Limestone.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race is upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is fast. Turf is good. In the 8th race, scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch the 14, Recoded, and scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. Again, scratch the 1, Fire on Time, scratch 3, Razor Glass, also scratch the 4, Brattle House, scratch the 14, Recoded, and scratch number 15, Jungle Juice. A reminder, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Regal Retort, draws into the race. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1, Maker's Mark Mile. Scratch the 5, Ivar. Scratch the 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. Scratch the 11, Public Sector. That's in the 9th and featured race, the Maker's Mark Mile. Scratch the 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. 10th and final event. Take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 8, 7 furlongs on the main track. These are fillies and mares 4 and up. It's a second level allowance race. The 7 Tis Splendid News is 7-2 right now in the wagering. Second choice behind the number 9 horse, Zayn Al Arab. And Tis Splendid News comes into this race off of a very impressive performance down at Gulfstream Park. Gabby, that was a comeback race off of about 3 months, just less than that, I should say, and got off the synthetic back onto the dirt where she's been at her best, and she's at her best when she's out there dictating the early pace.
She's so fast, Scott, and I just don't know if anybody else can run with her. Really, in the end, it's going to be how good is she and can anybody catch her, because she is definitely going to hit the ground running. She'll be on the lead. Again, this is, I thought, one of the tougher races. It could easily be a stakes race. So the class, although it was a very impressive performance last time out, this is a much tougher field, so she really does have to prove her class.
I'll go to the 12 horse as the 7. We'll keep an eye on her, see if she acts up any further as she gets saddled. But Honor Rafik, the number 12 horse for Green Lantern Stables, this is an honor code filly that cuts back in distance. She'll be coming from off the pace. She's got an outside draw. That was why I was lured to this 4-year-old filly. And she's run here in the past, run well. She was 3rd in her only other Keeneland race on the dirt, and that was in a route race. But I think that a late-running sprinter type is this filly under Joel Rosario.
She is. She'll need a little bit of a pace to close into, but in the right type of trip with that outermost post position. She kind of needs to bounce back from her last race, but if you look at her races prior to, she could be right there.
Fraudulent Charge, the number 6 horse, trained by your sister, Lacey Gaudette. Gabby, a Will Take Charge filly. What can you tell us about this 4-year-old?
She was a little fractious in the gate last time out, so they did give her some time since her last race. She had a couple of hard races back to back, but she looks great here in the paddock, Scott. She just looks like she's gained weight. She looks really strong, and my mom is here representing the barn, and she does tell me that she absolutely loves Keeneland. Horses have a tendency to absolutely love Keeneland, and that has been the case with Fraudulent Charge. So we'll see what she can do, but I think the one thing I like about her is that she should be able to sit kind of that stalking mid-pack trip behind Tis Splendid News. So if Tis Splendid News, if something goes wrong and she can't necessarily win, she's going to be in the position to pounce.
The number 9 horse at 7-2, that's Zayn Al Arab for the Shadwell stable. This filly was purchased in 2019 at the Keeneland September yearling sale for a cool $1 million. She kicked off her career with a victory, was second in her runner-up effort, and then picked up a allowance victory at Saratoga last summer in late August. Then they brought her here to Keeneland to try the Lexus Raven run, and she just was not ready for that. She got into a bit of trouble. She hasn't been seen in those 5 months. But this is a filly that easily could bounce back as they ease her back in. I shouldn't say ease her back in because this is a difficult race. But obviously there are stakes options for fillies like this. But they bring her back in against second level allowance company. And she looks nice. It looks very classy down there in the paddock.
She is. She's not the biggest filly in the paddock by any means. But she is very, very strong. She's strong behind. She's just she doesn't have an ounce of fat on her. So it looks very well prepared. No surprise there coming into this event. But she does have to, I think, improve in order to win here. You have to kind of ask yourself, what's a fair price on a horse like this?
You've got the 10 to round out the top 3, 5-1. Bees and Honey Union Rags filly picked up a grade 3 victory going 1 1/8 in her most recent effort. That was over 4 months ago. But 1 1/8 at Aqueduct is a much different type of race. It's worlds apart from 7 furlongs at any racetrack, especially here at Keeneland.
Well, that's what I think is so interesting is that she won that race at 1 1/8, and the Connections, Reeve McGahee, decides to turn her back in distance once again to a one-turn distance. I think ultimately she, really was impressive last time out. She beat a filly in there by the name of Crazy Beautiful, who came back to win at Turfway, the Latonia Stakes. I don't know where that last race came from, but maybe she is an improving type.
This race does start the late pick 3. Reminder, with the scratches, the 13 does draw in off the also eligible. That is Regal Effort for Steve Asmussen, the Jimmy Creed mare, who is getting some attention. She's 6-1 right now on the tote board. Again, the 13 does draw into this race with those scratches down to the inside. Very good race, as we've seen over the course of these 5 days of racing so far, 6 days of racing, I should say, here at Keeneland Racecourse. The depth to these allowance races, stakes-type runners, and we've got it again here in race number 8. Best of luck. We'll check back in once these fillies get on the front side after the post-parade.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant allowance optional claiming race for a price of $62,500. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 1, Fire on Time. Also scratch number 3, Razor Glass. Scratch the 4, Brattle House. Also scratch the 14, Recoded. And scratch the 15, Jungle Juice. A reminder, number 13, Regal Retort draws into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
Warming up for race number 8, this second level allowance condition going 7-8. Steve Asmussen with 2 in here, mentioned the 13 does draw in. I thought the 5 looked nice. This is Front Street coming off of a victory down at the fairgrounds in 110 and change, 110 and 2 to be exact. And when she sprinted, she has showed up. This is a big price on a filly that looks like she should be able to outrun her odds, not just based on form, but the way that she looks out on the racetrack.
She does look really, really strong. This is another one. I mean, you just go through the field here, Scott. I don't think anybody should be a heavy favorite. The shortest price is a 7 at 2-1. It just depends on who is going to take that one step forward, and she could. And if she does, she could win.
22-1 on the number 5 horse currently. That is Front Street. The number 10 horse, Bees and Honey, as soon as she got out here, she started to come to life. In fact, they had to go the wrong way with her for a bit after the post parade, and right now she's kind of leveled off as they've maybe taken the edge off of her, where you can still see her tossing her head about as she sits at 5-1.
I like that, though, Scott, because she is fired up. She's got a lot of energy. You need that for a horse that's turning back in distance from 1 1/8 to this distance today. So I actually don't mind that she's a little bit over the top right now.
The 11 Liberty MD for CHP Racing, a Constitution mare. She's been lightly raced. She was second behind Kamari, that Grade 1 Madison winner. That was Kamari's prep race as she looked to defend her title in the Grade 1 Madison. But I thought this really looked really nice, this 5-year-old mare, as she's getting ready for her 5th career start.
She doesn't look like a mare. She looks like a colt. She is so strong. She is so dappled. Even her head, everything about her, she's so strong. When I first saw her in the paddock, Scott, I had to look down and do a double take to make sure that I was looking at the right race, because she just looks the picture. And right now, I think you're getting a good price at 5-1.
She started off her career 2 for 2 over at Churchill Downs. This is her Keeneland racecourse debut. But the 7 continues to be the favorite. That's Tis Splendid News. Wesley Ward looking for back-to-back wins on the card. We'll leave you with a look at this filly. Get those wagers in. Less than 3 minutes to post here for race 8.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Regal Retort from the outside. Tis Splendid News kicks in from between horses. Windward Flow is right there in the opening strides down toward the inside, and Front Street now moves up from third into second, but Tis Splendid News the leader. Tis Splendid News gets over to the rail, has the lead by 2.5 lengths. Front Street second by just a half length. Windward Flow third. Zayn Al-Arab is fourth up on the far outside. Far-sided fifth between horses. Bees and Honey sixth against the rail. Liberty MD is in seventh position as they head for the far turn. They got the opening quarter in 22.74 seconds. Honor Refik moves out in the center of the track, 6 lengths off the lead around Regal Retort, who broke well but has now dropped out next to last, caught 4 wide on the turn. And finally, Fraudulent Charge at the back. Midway on the turn, Tis Splendid News, a 3-length advantage here. Front Street is second. Zayn Al-Arab is in third. Honor Refik is a wide fourth. Now third, now challenging for second. Still 4 lengths off the lead, though. Quarter mile to go. Tis Splendid News, the leader. Tis Splendid News leads it by 4 lengths. Honor Refik is in second. Regal Retort tries to get untracked with Liberty MD. They are third and fourth on the far outside. 6 lengths back of the leader, who's already past the 8th pole. Tis Splendid News. 3-length advantage back to Honor Refik, 16th pole, and Honor Refik's going to take aim late here at Tis Splendid News. Tis Splendid News. Honor Refik is trying. Tis Splendid News wins it by a long neck over Honor Refik. 3 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione.
She ran him off her feet. Tis Splendid News under Tyler Gaffalione for Wesley Ward. Gabby, I believe this race was won in the second quarter because they won 22-3 and was able to slow it down the half, allowed the horses to get into the race and have enough left in the tank.
Exactly. I mean, when this filly just broke the way that she did, there was no catching her, especially with those fractions that she posted. Honor Afik does run well in the end to try to catch her, but Wesley Ward, well, he's having himself a day.
Back-to-back wins on the card for Wesley, this time with a 5-2 favorite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Tis Splendid News, was first. Number 12, Otter Refik, was second. The 11, Liberty MD, was third. And number 13, Regal Retort, was fourth. 7, 12, 11, 13, the unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant, the unofficial winner, number 7, Tis Splendid News, owned by Well Glory 81 Incorporated of Toshiaki Shirai, trained by Wesley Ward, who goes back-to-back on the card. 3 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Tis Splendid News, a 4-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of Tis News by Tis Now, bred in Kentucky by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.58 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official, 7, 12, 11, 13, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant Trophy presentation to the connections of Tis Splendid News. Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming, 34th running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. Again, scratch number 5, Ivar. Scratch number 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race.
featured event, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, is coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse. As we look here into the paddock, the current wagering has the number 4 horse Mason as the top selection right now as far as the favorite is concerned here in the feature for Juddmonte. And nice to see that Chad Brown has made his way back here to Keeneland. It's been some time since we've seen Chad, but we'll get to Mason in just a bit. I've got Smooth Like Straight the 6 as my top play, the 5-year-old son of Midnight Loot. He just shows up, bottom line. His consistency is what draws me in his direction, and we saw him in his most recent effort almost pull the 10-1 upset with Space Blues, getting him late in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the PDJF. So every single time this horse shows up, as he makes his second trip out here to Kentucky. Last time we saw him in Kentucky, he was in the Turf Classic over at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Day, and he was just caught. That was going a mile and an eighth to very good horses such as Colonel Liam and Domestic Spending.
And the saddle slipped that day as well. But Umberto Rispilli has so much experience on this horse. His speed is his best weapon. So I would imagine they're going to go to the front end, say, catch me if you can, and just hope that this horse can handle the turf conditions. That's my only concern, Scott, is that he's pretty used to hearing his feet rattle underneath of him.
Mason, the number 4 horse, is where we head to next. That is the son of Kingman, who makes his U.S. debut, comes off of consecutive victories at Leopardstown. This is a Juddmonte blue blood through and through. Second dam, Breeders' Cup winner, Intercontinental. Third dam, Hasili, one of the better families that has ever been produced in this game of thoroughbred horse racing.
We've seen the progeny of Kingman actually do really well here in North America and the United States. So I do like the pedigree for this horse to kind of transition his form to the U.S. He's used to left-handed turf courses like the races that he was running in at Leopardstown. The race 2 starts back in September. It was actually quite good as it was on Irish Champions weekend. My favorite thing about this horse, watching some of the replays in Ireland, Scott, is his running style. He's not slow, and sometimes when you get these European imports, they don't really have a lot of gate speed. I'm not saying it's equivalent to the speed that Smooth Like Straight has, but he should be able to sit a stalking trip.
In Love, the number 1 horse, the 6-year-old gelding who's 2 for 2 here at Keeneland. Shouldn't bother him, this good listed going, and he's a runner that sprung a bit of an upset in the Keeneland turf back in October here at, of course, Keeneland Racecourse, and he put together a solid effort in the Grade 1 FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile in his last start. He was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths behind Space Blues and Smooth Like Straight, and his stablemate Ivar, who has scratched out of this race to be pointed towards the Turf Classic over at Churchill Downs. But you've got to respect this runner, and again, he likes it here at Keeneland.
He likes it here at Keeneland, and he also likes a turf with some moisture in it. When he won the Grade 1 Keeneland Turf Mile here last year, it was over a good listed turf course, and he also won an impressive allowance race over yielding going at Arlington. So he does get the conditions that he relishes today.
And we'll round it out with Count Again, the number 7 horse, another West Coast invader. He's 5-1 for Agave Racing and Samson Farm, bred by Samson Farm in Ontario, Canada. He's a 7-year-old gelding who has found arguably the best form of his career in his last 2. He has just gotten better with age, and in that most recent start, even both of those starts, but especially in the kill row, it really didn't look like he was going to be able to get up, but he dug in and got there. They go to Joel Rosario in this spot, as Flavian Pratt, who rode him in his last 2, is going to head over to the Chad Brown runner, Mason.
Yeah, but Joel should suit this horse to a T, honestly. I mean, Joel, he's very good in any type of position, whether it be on the lead or mid-pack, but he's very good with timing those closing runs. And the only thing with him is that, you know, this kind of looks like Smooth Like Straight is the controlling speed, so Joel is going to have to perfectly time the move. I just like this horse's heart. He absolutely throws it down late, and he looks like he's in the form of his life at 7 years old.
He is an absolute racehorse. He knows what his job is to get himself to the wire in front. That is Count Again, the number 7 horse. A wonderful renewal of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, $600,000 on the line, getting set for these horses to head to the respective spots around the trees here in the Keeneland paddock and wait for the riders' up call. Good luck. The feature is up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 34th running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. 4-year-olds and up in this stakes at a mile over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 5, Ivar. Scratch the 8, Some Like It Hot Brown. And scratch the 11, Public Sector. Post time at 6 minutes. The post parade for the Maker's Mark Mile. Number 1, In Love, owned by Bon Chance Farm of Alberto Figueiredo. Stud RDI LLC of Paulo Fernando Carvalho de Oliveira, trained by Paulo Lobo, the jockey Alex Achard. Number 2, Cheryl Spite, owned by Charles Fipke, trained by Roger Atfield, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 3, Atone, is owned by the Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 4, Mason, owned by Judd Mont of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 5 is scratched. Number 6, Smooth Like Straight, owned by Cannon Thoroughbreds LLC of Michael Cannon, trained by Michael McCarthy, Umberto Rispoli to ride. 7, Count Again, owned by Agave Racing Stable of Mark Martinez, owned also by Samson Farm of Mark Samuel, trained by Phil D'Amato. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 8 is scratched. 9 is Set Piece, owned by Judd Mont of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux. Completing the field, number 10, Mira Mission, owned by the Mary Sullivan Revocable Trust of Mary Sullivan, trained by Ian Wilkes. Julien Leperoux is the jockey. Post time for the feature, less than 5 minutes.
They are in their warm-ups for the Grade 1 feature on this Friday card, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, and there is not a single toss-out in this race. The number 1 horse, In Love, looking for his second Grade 1 victory. Love the walk on this horse. We talk so much about the way horses walk or the sales, but the way that he was presenting himself, just walking in the post parade. He's such a long horse, and he's a horse that's going to be coming from off the pace. He looks tremendous off the 5-month layoff, looks fit and ready to go. I am in love with In Love, pun intended.
Ooh, those are big words, Scott. Yeah, he does look great, and Paulo Lobo does a wonderful job in preparing his horses to come off of the bench. He loves it here at Keeneland. I don't know. He's 5-1. That could be. Are you going to be running to the window?
We don't have to run. We've got some time. We've got plenty of time to head in that direction. The number 2 horse, Cheryl Spite, thought maybe at some point he would start to act up. We were over in the paddock. They had kept him well away from everybody else. He went over to his tree well in advance of the other horses to be taken care of over there. And you can see right now he's doing everything right. There's nothing wrong with the way that he's presenting himself. He's got Saez in the saddle. He's been Grade 1 tested in the past. He ran in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, if you go back to 2020, up obviously at Woodbine. So I wouldn't be shocked if this horse is able to outrun his odds at 13-1.
Trainer Roger Atfield has won this race twice before in the past, back in 1992 and also in 2004 with Perfect Soul, who's actually the broodmare sire of this horse. Well, after looking at him, I was thinking, Scott, why has he improved in his last 2 starts? And after seeing him, I think it's because it's a mile and a 16th. I don't know if he is this quality, Grade 1 quality at a mile, but I think he has been improved.
I'll play devil's advocate. His previous mile races, those are 1-turn mile races up at Woodbine on that big outer course. So maybe the 2 turns, forget about mile and a 16th, could be 2 turns, something that's unlocked that potential. And then Mason, the number 4 horse, He's such a compact horse. I mean, and I'm not saying he's small.
Strong.
He's strong, and he's so well proportioned.
Yeah.
That's another thing we talk about when we're looking at these horses. But he's just like perfectly proportioned, and he is a beautiful 4-year-old son of Keeneland.
He looks like, in my opinion, he looks like a miler.
A European miler.
Yes, he has that physique, so it's obvious why he is in this race, and he couldn't look more fit, Scott. It's just, is he good enough? You know, is he going to step up to the plate against Grade 1 company? He's never been tested to this extent before in the past.
He's 5-2. Smooth Like Straight is 5-2. There he is. He's been tested time and time again, and each time he brings it. Let's see if he can do it again. We're less than 1 minute to post from the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 34th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. They are at the post, and they're off in the Maker's Mark Mile. There goes a Tone. There goes Smooth Like Straight. Smooth Like Straight out for the lead now from a Tone as Mason moves forward out of a crowd into third. Starts to move up just off the early leader's flank, heading into the first turn. Mirabishin comes away a wide fourth. Smooth Like Straight is the leader. Smooth Like Straight clears the inside traffic, locks onto the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length around the first turn. Mason second, 3/4 of a length. The Tone tucked away to the inside in third, 3/4 of a length. Mirabishin a lane off the rail in fourth. Set Piece out in the center of the course, picks up 2 positions and goes to fifth. In Love is sixth back toward the inside. Cheryl Spite is in seventh. And Count Again is eighth and last for the move up the back stretch. 24.95 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Smooth Like Straight is the leader. Smooth Like Straight on top, 3/4 of a length. Mason second, and then a Tone to the inside. Set Piece on the outside. Mirabishin is fifth in between that pair. In Love, Cheryl Spike, Count Again is at the back. The first half mile went in 49.63 seconds. Smooth Like Straight, the leader, 3/4 of a length onto the far turn. Mason still there in second between horses. Set Piece is third up on the outside as they turn for home now. And then a Tone is fourth. Mirabishin is fifth. The rest have work to do. Smooth Like Straight, the leader. Here's Mason now coming after the leader. Set Piece on the outside and Love to the inside. Cheryl Spite running late down the center of the course. It is Mason to the lead. Mirabishin's diving to the inside. Smooth Like Straight is fighting on second. Set Piece, then Cheryl Spite. Mason narrow lead. Smooth Like Straight, a Tone. Mason short lead. Cheryl Spite running on. Mason in front. Cheryl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win. What a finish in the Maker's Mark Mile. Either Mason or Cheryl Spite.
A finish in the 2022 Maker's Mark Mile. Smooth Like Straight setting the pace. Flavian Pratt riding a brilliant race on Mason. He knows what Smooth Like Straight is all about. He gets in front of him. Smooth Like Straight is trying as hard as a horse possibly can. And then out of the clouds comes the 2-horse Cheryl Spite to make it ultra close on the wire.
Scott, it's going to come down to the head bob here. We'll take another closer look with the 4 on the inside and Cheryl Spite on the outside. Mason and Cheryl Spite. Oh, my goodness. Are you going to call it?
You can hear the reaction from the crowd. I'm not going to call it from that angle. We go to the wire cam and get another look at it. They've already passed the wire there. We'll take it from up above and get a closer look. Look for the mirror on the inside. That's the finish line. Mason in front right now. Cheryl Spite.
A heck of a race. I don't know.
May have gotten up. What a finish. This is what grade ones are supposed to be, and it delivers once again here at Keeneland.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race in the photo. Number 2, Cheryl Spite finished first. Number 4, Mason was second. Number 6, Smooth Like Straight third. Number 3, Atone was fourth. 2, 4, 6, 3, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured ninth race official. 2, 4, 6, 3. The official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 34th running of the Maker's Mark Mile Grade 1, number 2, Sherrill's Spite, owned and bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. The trainer is Roger Atfield. 2 wins on the turf today for Luis Saez. Sherrill's Spite, a 5-year-old son of Spitestown out of Perfect Sherrill by Perfect Soul, gets the mile over the turf listed good at 1 minute 35.93 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the Maker's Mark Mile, Maker's Mark Managing Director and 8th-generation whiskey maker Rob Samuels, and stained glass artist Neely Cooper. They present to the connections of Sherrill's Spite.
Sherrill's Spite, sensational in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, giving Roger Atfield a record-setting 3rd victory in this race, and Luis Saez was aboard. Luis, you were just telling me this horse broke sharp. Why did you decide to take him back off the pace?
Well, I was watching the replays, and we talked, Roger called me, and we was a conversation in the morning, and he said the best way is come from behind, so I decided to take him back right when we broke, and it looked like that was the best decision we make, so... In the end, he was calm and he ran pretty hard and he get there on time.
How fast did he quicken for you when you asked him to go?
He really take off. When he came in the top of the stretch, those horses in the lead was running pretty hard, but he came right there in the right moment. So it was pretty good race.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Nobody's won more Maker's Mark miles than Roger Atfield. 3rd victory in this race. He was so good early in his career. Then he got sidetracked. Obviously, now he's back on track. How have you been able to manage this horse, Roger?
Well, he sort of lost his way there at, after his first 2 starts. He's a very quick horse, and he won those races all on the lead, and easily. Didn't really gain any experience out of it, and then he got some suspensory problems. We put him away for a while, and quite a while, and which I appreciate Mr. Fipke giving him that amount of time because they need it when they have that kind of injury. Anyway, and then we brought him back, and he's run very well for me. And it was only his last race that when he shut off and came with one big run that I realized that that's probably the way this horse really wants to run. So when I saw the program this morning at 50-1, I said, I can't be that far wrong, because I won this race with his grandfather, and this is a better miler than he was. And there was a lot of speed in the race, and I would say I just gave him a great ride. I mean, he just gave him a great ride and let him do that, and he came down the stretch fast, didn't he? I didn't know whether he quite made it, but yeah.
He got there in just in time. Roger, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Shirl's Spites, sensational in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, once again giving this gentleman, Roger Atfield, his third win in this prestigious race.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast. $3 turf pick 3 today, 142 the combination, $1,208.70.
nightcap on this Friday card, and what a race we had in the Maker's Mark Mile. That is a race that we'll talk about for days and years to come. But we move on to this maiden special weight event. Super Christie is my top play, a filly that showed a lot of ability on debut down at Fairgrounds. She was bet. Look for improvement from her based off the fast workouts that we've seen from her down at Fairgrounds.
Mr. Fipke hoping to get the nightcap, the late double here with the 2 Super Christie. I like this filly as well. A very useful debut last time out.
The number 6 horse is Regal Realm, a first-time starter that you've gravitated towards as your top pick in this nightcap.
Yes, I like the pedigree here, and I like the work tab down at Payson Park for Jonathan Thomas, who really, I mean, every horse he sends out is very competitive, but especially his first-time starters. We saw him almost get a winner earlier today with a first-time starter. This filly by Animal Kingdom. And the mare, she won first time out. She was a stakes winner on the turf as well.
Napa Candy, the number 4 horse, outran her odds on debut. She was 21-1, set the pace, just caught at the end. Tough distance to debut at, 6.5 furlongs. That added half a furlong cut up with her, but she should be able to build off of that, and hopefully she's able to display the same sort of speed from that debut.
Tough position last time out with that inside draw. I felt like she had to go, but it might have been a blessing in disguise as she's probably ultra fit exiting that race.
The 12, Veronica Green, 9-2, a first-time starter. I wonder if this is a jumping-off point to turf races, because if you look at the family of this filly, it's been all turf, but you got to start somewhere, and here she is sprinting on the main track.
She is. She's by Tappet out of Adorable Miss, the mare. She won first time out as a 3-year-old. She was a stakes winner as a 3-year-old, and this is her first foal to race. I'm sure the connections aren't crazy about the post position, but like you said, Scott, you got to get started somewhere.
Less than 9 minutes to post. This is the 10th and final on this Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Friday.
The horses are on the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Woods Edge, a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Post time in 5 minutes.
These fillies on and heading towards that first turn for the warm-up as we're closing in on post time for the 10th and final Super Christie as we go back to the Charles Fipke Silks, a homebred for Mr. Fipke as he celebrates his Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile win from just moments ago. This is a very good-looking filly. She is built like a sprinter. She has got some size to her. She's got a nice rear end to her, hind end to her. I love the way that she looks out there, and we'll see if she can build off of that debut performance, which was solid down at Fairgrounds, and comes back, as we've mentioned, with those very fast workouts at Churchill and Fairgrounds. Not surprising that she's able to work that fast in the mornings. Let's see if she can do it here in the afternoon. Let's go to a first-time starter, the number 5 horse, Don't Get Above Your Raisin, a practical joke filly from that first crop. They've been flying on the racetrack in the afternoons. Looks like a pro out there as she gets set for her debut. They paid $300,000 for her 2 years back, I should say, as a yearling. She's had plenty of workouts right here at Keeneland. She worked out of the gate in 1 minute and 2. Watch out for the 5. She's live on the tote board, too. She's taking some play down to 9-2. Less than 3 minutes away from the 10th and final here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Woods Edge. They are at the post. And they're off. Chalabi Baby comes out for the lead. Sis Boom Bob is right there to the inside. Sis Boom Bob moves up and takes the lead. Regal Realm goes to second. Super Christie away a close-up third. Be Tough alongside that one fourth. Chalabi Baby drops back. Napa Candy moves by to the inside in fifth. Don't Get Above Your Raisin is sixth. Chalabi Baby now drops back into seventh. Oma the Great is eighth. An Apple a Day is ninth. Jet In with Class is 10th. In between horses, Veronica Green is next to last. Has to angle 4 wide from the back. 10 lengths off the lead. Midway on the far turn, and a gap of 7 more lengths then back to Surcharge, who trails 22.27 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Sis Boom Ba leading Regal Realm a length, and then Super Christie down to the inside third. Napa Candy takes to the outside from fourth. Don't Get Above Your Raisin fifth. Veronica Green is out in the center of the track in sixth, still 7 lengths off the lead. Sis Boom Ba short lead. Napa Candy right there. Regal Realm between them. Veronica Green, Don't Get Above Your Raisin, and Super Christie all trying to get on track, but they're already in deep stretch, and Napa Candy is opened up by 5. Veronica Green is in second. Napa Candy 16th pole for Rafael Bejarano by 6 to Veronica Green. Super Christie, Don't Get Above Your Raisin. Napa Candy wins it. Veronica Green second. Super Christie was home in third position. Don't Get Above Your Raisin fourth.
Strong performance from Napa Candy, the filly by Candy Ride, who showed what she was going to be about off of that debut at 21-1, where she was beaten just the neck, setting the pace. Today, they opt to come from just off the pace, and boy, does it work out. The strong finish from this Candy Ride filly, bred by Mr. Farish and Don Disney, owned by Don Disney. She draws off and stops the clock in 1:12-2. The 12 rallies up for second, 4:12-259. That's unofficial for the 10th and final.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 4, Napa Candy finished first. Number 12, Veronica Green was second. Number 2, Super Christie was third. Number 5, Don't Get Above Your Raisin was fourth. Number 9, Surcharge was fifth. 4-12-2-5-9, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 10th race, number 4, Napa Candy, owned by Donald R. Disney, LLC of Donald R. Disney, trained by Victoria Oliver and the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Napa Candy, 3-year-old filly by Candy Ride, out of Calistoga by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Donald R. Disney, LLC and W.S. Farish. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 12.5 seconds. The Woods Edge Trophy presentation upcoming. And in the winner's circle, the Woods Edge Trophy presentation to the connections of Napa Candy. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 4-12-2-5-9, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No perfect tickets in that Toyota Super High 5, so there is a carryover $5,468 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow's card. With race 10 official, that brings today's program to a close. We do thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for TVG and for Maker's Mark, thank you. Good evening. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time.